Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew and today, this is a different type of review. Definitely a bit more, spacious. I don't know how well my audio is picking up because I'm actually quite, a decent way from the camera, maybe like 3 feet, 4 feet away. Then again, the sphere is like 2 feet, so maybe I'm 4 feet. That said, we're gonna be doing the review at long last. The Titan Godzilla evolved from Godzilla Kong: The New Empire by Playmates Toys. It's been a while since I've unboxed this thing. I think like 2 weeks to the date. The reason why it took me so long to actually review this guy was because right after I got this guy, I actually had family come over, and then I had to go to other family's house just for some like private stuff. It was quite a hectic ride, but I'm here again in my normal setup. I'm back, kind of getting the swing of things. And yeah, now we have this big, massive Godzilla to attend to. Which, yes, this is a pretty massive boy, and we're gonna take a look at him. So, first things first is going to be just like a little disclaimer. This isn't gonna be like the standard type of review where I literally go up in person and like explain all the intricate little details. It's because like the amount of this thing is so freaking big. It is the biggest Godzilla I've ever bought. Just gonna throw that out of the way. And like I'm probably gonna do some additional B-roll. That said, let's just kind of go through the motions with this guy, you know? I also want to just point out that I have never actually bought a figure this large, so again, this is all kind of a new experience for me. And I also do apologize if you guys see the cats running around in the back. I do have cats, so I mean, if this wasn't obvious enough, so yeah, we're gonna be taking a look at this guy. So if you guys didn't know, this is the 24-inch scale. So Playmates made a ton of scales, and this is the 24-inch scale. And this is going to be the largest one they've ever made. And I was thankful enough to be able to get it. If you haven't seen the unboxing video, I had to actually ship it out to Walmart. Thankfully, I did. That said, let's just go over the sculpt in paint. Now, I feel like what's mainly most important to look at is going to be that face. And the face is actually going to be, well, actually, let's just kind of briefly recap the whole body because this thing is pretty much a big upscale of the 6-inch figure that we've grown accustomed to over the past year. It pretty much has the same color, it has the same stance, the same overall like design, in kind of pretty much the same exact molded details. There are some differences, but for the most part, it's kind of the exact same. And I understand that Playmates has like a very certain like style guide or like design, like a blueprint for their Godzillas. But at the same time, I feel like the details could have been improved upon. What I mean by that is let's actually look at something that's actually decent for the detail, and that's going to be the head. The eyes are actually going to be a bit of an upgrade, but not really at the same time. And what I mean by that is the eyes are actually going to be a bit more well placed. They're not as big and googly as they were on the 6-inch version, and they're not as small and slitty as they were on the 11-inch version. So I feel like when it comes to the eyes, they actually did it just right for this guy. And I would even say that this is probably the best eyes on a Godzilla Vault figure. That said, I still don't think it looks that good. Because, yeah, you do get the orange and you do get the black pupil, but with how much, like, detail Godzilla would have on his regular, almost knocking this entire guy over, like, his eye, I feel like they could have at least maybe added a bit more color to the eye. Like, why not some more shading of orange or maybe just an iris or something? Because I feel like that would have been a lot better to do. Another thing I also like to point out is the teeth. The teeth are going to be basically painted, standard white strips. Okay, 6-inch, 11-inch versions had it. I think the 13-inch Mega, big one, had it. I don't have the Mega figures, the one that like light up and everything. But that said, I also do feel like they could have done something a little bit better and a little bit different with this guy. Just because, like, the teeth do leave a little bit to be desired. Also, something I've also noticed when researching this guy is that there are actually, like, as far as the jaw, because, spoiler for articulation, but the jaw doesn't move on this guy, unlike the previous ones. Some units have actually had the jaw where it's shut, and other ones where it's more wide open. This one is more kind of like he's about to open his mouth. I mean, it's a tad bit open, so you can maybe. I don't know. There's Thomas. You could put like little men inside there. I don't know, like put like a toy figure in there. And the mouth paint, there is actually paint on the tongue, and it's it's basically applied. It's just about the same level of quality you would expect from like the giant 11-inch version. And then the detail on the scales themselves on the head, we're keeping like right to the seam line, by the way. It looks pretty nice, it's not overly done, it's not overly dramatic. I definitely do dig what we have here. The gills are nicely pronounced. The spray of the like more tannish color looks nice, and the overall blue base looks actually pretty good as well. And you also get the spines, which are also going to be painted as opposed to it being translucent, which we'll talk about in just a sec with the back fins. And so overall, I definitely think that the head looks at least serviceable. It's not the best. It's not. It's just serviceable, especially for a figure of this size. And it does kind of carry through with the chest. Now, something that really put me off about the giant figure is going to be the detail work because all it is just an upscale. They didn't really give the chance to enhance the detailing. That kind of remains true for this guy. And ultimately, what I feel like is his big downfall is that you can clearly see on the side of him, just like, yes, you do get some detail, but it's a bit more like faded compared to something like the arms. And the arms are definitely going to be like the more stronger detailed of the bunch. And it doesn't look 100% coherent with the figure itself. And it honestly feels like this and this were meant to be like two different pieces to two different figures. Because I can actually flip this. Let's see if I can actually flip it. There you go. This side as well, just you can see right here, there's just not a lot of detail versus the shoulder where there's actually a bit more compact detail. And it just looks a lot better on the arms compared to the chest. And that's honestly my biggest gripe. And kind of looking at this guy from head on a bit, you can definitely see that the kind of more greenish olive green spray makes a return, and it does its job. It's here to kind of bring out some more lineage detail with the stomach. It looks nice. It looks fine. And my table's like really wobbly. I gotta get like a new table or something. It does its job. The chest detail itself, it's not the greatest, but it's also at the same time not the worst thing I've ever seen. It does its job. At the very least, the detail does its job. The paint work is definitely kind of where this figure falls a bit flat. Because while you do get some painted shoulder blades or elbow blades, right, and the claws here, which are basically painted, no shading, that's alright. I kind of wish there was a bit more, especially with like a figure of this size. Like, this is the paintwork you get for a 6-inch toy. Again, because that's exactly what it is. But despite that, yeah, the paintwork just isn't necessarily working for this big Godzilla. Moving on down to the legs, where we do get a bit more of like the more rougher detail of scales. Which if I have to commend Playmates one thing, it's that the legs are definitely going to be the most well detailed of the entire figure, and they are still very much thinned out, muscular, more athletic versus the more chunky Godzilla we were grown accustomed to for the past 10 years. Or I guess 11 years now, the monster versus turning 11 next month. Feel old yet? And I do feel like it's serviceable. It's good. I like it. I like the detail here, but I feel like if the whole figure was like this, I don't think I would have had as much of a problem with the detail work. And and at the same time, the feet are going to be painted the same kind of olive color as the claws on the hands are. And also, unlike previously, the feet are not going to be hollowed out. So if that's an improvement, take your pick. And also, spines, they're not translucent this time. They are entirely solid, which has to commend Playmates here. They did listen here. So maybe they just didn't have that much translucent plastic to like manufacture all this, but they did match the color of the spines to the tail to the top of the head, which thankfully they did rather well. And I do dig the detail work we have here. I think that the spines are probably one of the stronger aspects of the figure. And especially because we can kind of see a bit more definition with the spines, and they're not all fused together. And that I do dig. They don't look as puffy as they should on compared to the more smaller figures. And I think kind of moving back to the legs here, like as far as the positioning, because he's more like that walking stance, it does work. It does give him a bit more dynamic, posing on the shelf. But at the same time, it also kind of has a bit of like potential balancing issues because realistically, this I feel like was mainly his own stance. This is what he's designed to do. And then you have this tail, which is not as long as you'd expect it to be, because yeah, it is a long tail, but it's not like overly long, because you have it comes in two pieces. You have this piece here. I'm trying to see if that's, just realized there's a piece of fuzz in mine. I'm gonna deal with that later. But yeah, it comes in two pieces, right here, and then right here. And I will say that there's a bit of like overspray here with this tail, because you can kind of see like there's a bit more spray here. And then kind of coming down here, there's definitely going to be a bit of mild overspray here as well. So there could be a bit of a downgrade as far as like the quality is concerned. Because you have this one, which is more controlled because they're two separate pieces, the spines and the body, versus here where it's all one piece. And you can actually get some more oversprayed with that. So that's a bit of a negative, I'll say. But at the same time, the Thagomisers also do make a return, and I do like the mold of the spines. But the Thagomiser, for some reason, kind of took a bit of a hit. Because it's not as big as it should be. Like, see that? That's his Thagomiser. And compare that to the Giant, which actually had a proportionally bigger Thagomiser. It's not bigger than this, but it's proportionally bigger. So really, as far as like the sculpt and paint goes, just to kind of show you guys the underside of it as well, the orange, also like the green spray doesn't really make a return to the bottom side of the tail as per usual. It kind of just stops here. So yeah, this is kind of what it looks like underneath. And then, what it looks like on the sides. There you go. So, overall, for sculpt and paint, I can definitely tell that, Playmates is just trying to be a bit more resourceful, trying to give, like, all their Godzillas mainly kind of consistent designs. But I don't think it really works for the Titan-sized Godzilla. I definitely think that, like, it was definitely designed to be a smaller scale figure, and they blew it up. That was my main complaint with the Giant, and it certainly applies here. Again, I do know that they did upgrade it. They actually painted the elbow spikes, unlike the 6-inch, and they actually had the best eyes of the bunch on this one, and they also fixed the color here. But that said, it's still not 100% there. I like the detail work. I actually do. I know I said it's not the best, because it's not, but at the same time, it could have been way worse. We could have had just this dull, unrendered looking Godzilla. Realistically, the only place where I definitely think it just looks flat out unrendered is going to be the sides of the body. And I mean, that's literally my comic critique with the Giant. So, for the actual like sculpt and paint scoring, again, it has pretty good detail work. It's not the best, but it's good. But the paintwork kind of drags it down a bit because really, as well, you only get like how many colors you get? Like the red that's on the fins and the elbow spikes, and then you get the base blue green, and then you get the olive green for the spray and claws, and then you have the orange for the eyes, and then you have the teeth paint. And I'm not going to count the tongue because sometimes you can actually have it shut, so you wouldn't be able to see it anyway. So really, that's like only 5 colors on a what's essentially a massive figure like this. And I feel like a bit more color variety would have went an extra way. But at the same time, again, it's just part of Playmates being a bit more consistent and resourceful. So I'm going to give Sculpt and Paint an overall 7 out of 10. It's not necessarily the best, but I do dig what we have here as far as the details concerned. I know I've been a bit critical and negative, but I actually do dig what we have here. The next thing I want to go over is articulation. Now, as I went over before, the articulation is going to be ultimately this figure's biggest downfall. Because Playmates figures were never known to be the most articulated, but I feel like the Godzilla Evolved definitely had a decent amount, because you had the jaw hinge, movable shoulders, and then you have movable hips, movable feet, and then a ball joint at the tail. This figure loses a lot of that. In fact, this whole head swivel or seam, it's not even a rotation. You can't even rotate this thing an inch. Like, it's kind of baffling to me. You also can't even articulate the jaw at all. But what you can do is rotate the arm so you can go up and down like this. So you can spin that around. You can rotate the this arm so it can go up about, I want to say comfortably about that far, and then downwards about just where it hits the leg. Let's go back to this arm, down about that far, and then comfortably up about that far until you hear that squeaking fart noise. And then the legs, which are going to be really hard to kind of pull off. This leg can go up about that far up. Can maybe go a little bit more, but comfortably can only go that far up. And go back this far. And then moving this leg, we can go forward about this far back, and then back about that far, forward about this far. And if you're wondering, no, the tail is not posable at all. There's literally no way to articulate it. In fact, when you put it in, they actually had it so the joints are the seams are perma stuck. Once you get it in, you are going to have a hard time getting it out. Unless you almost screw it up like me. So that said, that's 4 points of articulation on a 24-inch tall figure. Now I understand that the main appeal is going to be about size, and we're going to talk about size in just a sec. But I feel like there could have been some more things to do with this guy. Why not a head swivel? Why not feet swivels? Why not a tail swivel? A tail swivel or tail hinge? You guys remember a few years ago, well actually not a few years ago, almost 11 years ago to the date, Jakks Pacific released theirs, and I think it's up to here on this guy? Could be wrong about that. And the Jakks figure had way more articulation. That had a head swivel, jaw hinge, wrist swivel, feet swivel, tail swivels, 2 of them plus a hinge. And I feel like the Playmates really had the opportunity to do something like that, but unfortunately they didn't really deliver on that. So, and I understand again that this is going to be about the size, but even a figure I think the Bandai Japan Godzilla, the big one from the Heisei era, about this size, about the same size as this guy, had a head swivel as well, and I think maybe a tail swivel. I don't know about the tail swivel. I don't own it, and it's been a while since I looked it up, but this guy definitely kind of lacks in the articulation department, especially for what came before, with the giant one having a jaw and a tail swirl, this one really kind of lacks. So I'm sorry, but as far as articulation goes, I'm gonna give it a 4 out of 10. Like, I'm a bit disappointed with the articulation, honestly. But ultimately, that kind of segues into the last one, which is gonna be size. Let's go get some figures. Alright, so now that we actually have some figures that we can actually, take a look at a decent comparison with, here he is with all of the other Godzilla evolves I currently have with the 6-inch variety and the 11-inch variety, which, is this really even the giant Godzilla? No, this is. But that said, I definitely feel like there's definitely some things that this guy does better than this one does better than this one, and this one just does better than every one of them. And if I had to like really give off those preferences, I think I like the fact that this one actually comes with like a beam effect. Like a beam effect for this guy would have been so cool, let alone this one. And I definitely think that the articulation on the shoulders just feels a lot more freed up. I mean, of course, it's all about the side. What are you doing, little kitty? Why don't we pull out a cat? No, I'm not gonna grab a cat. But it's so cool seeing like where I started just last year and then where I ended up in the new year. Like, well, I guess can you really call this a new year? You know what would make this guy so whole though? If I had like if I had the 13-inch figure, which I don't know if I'm still gonna get that because I'm not really into the whole light and sound gimmick unless it's the RC one, the one that goes like that one. But it's just really cool seeing all these guys together. Which also, if you're wondering, this is about 6 inches, 11 inches, 24 inches. So if you were to put these guys on together like that, it's almost the same height, but still not quite enough to be there. It's also kind of off-putting going like holding this guy and then holding like this big gargantuan thing. Which that kind of leads me to the question, will Playmates do more of these Godzillas in this scale? But that's another story to be told. Also, I'm gonna also just kind of put this out here. I don't have the Titan Kong yet that goes with this guy, but soon enough I will. That said, I only have one other figure that even holds a candle up to this thing, and it's still a puny little thing by comparison. And we're back to our regularly scheduled programming as we bust out this guy, which for 6 consecutive years was my largest Godzilla figure in my entire collection. This guy is a Chinese bootleg I've named Gigantus the Fire Monster. If you've seen the Ares Godzilla movie 4, you know exactly why. And shout out to my sister for buying this because I think she got it for like $8. But that said, this guy now retains the title of second tallest, but soon to be third if you count Kong, because this guy is like way bigger now. Like he just barely is taller than his thigh. That's how big this guy is. I think this guy's 14 inch, this guy's 24 inch. Which that's probably about 10 inches. So this really does put into comparison of how big this guy really is, huh? But now we're gonna put this guy away and kind of do our final remarks. So that pretty much kind of have to cover everything about this guy. There's not any accessories. I don't really have much figures that can actually, be scaled properly with this guy. He's a big, giant Godzilla figure, and really, that's all you really need to ask for. My overall thoughts. I definitely think that this figure, as far as sheer size, definitely lives up to the name. I definitely think that this Titan Godzilla is one of a kind in my collection because I don't imagine this figure being sold for much longer because of how big he is and maybe how hard he is to actually like produce and get out there into the world. Hello, kitty. With that said, do I recommend him? I would honestly say only if you have the space. If you have the money and you have the space, yes. If you like what you see and you want this guy Only this guy, not the 11-inch, 13-inch, 6-inch, or the 2 and 3-inch. Only this 24-inch tall. Yes, I do recommend it. At the same time, if you want something more smaller scale, again, Playmates has made stuff in a whole boatload of rosters. Just to recap, you got 2-inch, 3-inch, 6-inch, 11-inch, and 13-inch. And counting this one, there's 6 different inches of scales to pick from. Personally, I would honestly recommend the 6-inch one just because like it's the most fun you can play with it with your hands. But at the same time, this guy is definitely going to have very limited appeal. It's not for everybody. I think that's kind of obvious. But at the same time, it's a flawed figure, definitely has its drawbacks, like as far as the lack of like paint or a good detail on the sides of the body, kind of like my complaint with the giant, and definitely a lack there of like any sort of good posability. But again, you're going to be buying this for the size, and that's kind of what you're going to be buying it for anyway. So for my final ratings, I'm going to give, again, Sculpt Paint, 7 out of 10, Articulation, 4 out of 10, and I'm going to also give the size, like, I'm going to give it a 10 out of 10, just because of the flair. I love it. I love how big this guy is. This is going to be part of, like, the central piece. So for my overall rating, I'm going to have to give this guy a 7.5 out of 10. Not a bad figure, not the greatest, but it is the biggest. And I think a lot of people out there are going to love this guy. But that said, that's all I have for this video. If you guys liked it, definitely subscribe to the channel and leave a like, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.
If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with another figure review. Today we're taking a look at the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Battle Roar Kong 2024 by Playmates Toys. This is going to be the second ever Battle Roar figure I've ever gotten, right behind the Battle Roar 2021 Godzilla. Now, if anyone's seen my best and worst Godzilla figures video from a few months ago, you would know that I actually slammed that the Battle Roar Godzilla because I just don't really like it. It's very sloppily done. The pose makes absolutely no sense for what it's supposed to be. The dorsal plate mold sucks. The paint on it really just isn't that good. And its articulation is really its only saving grace. And even then, the legs don't really move all that much. And its tail's just way too bulky. And essentially what they just did was they took a 6-inch figure, made it look up, and then just measured it. Okay, that's 7 inches now. Like $15, please. Like, no. But, now that we have this one, which I also neglected to collect just because, like, if that one turned out the way it did, I wasn't really that interested with the others. But now having this one in hand as a gift from my mom, will this thing be the saving grace for the Battle Roar figure line that I've been needing? Or does this just prove that the whole Battle Roar line sucks? Let's find out. So first things first is going to be that head mold. First, skeleton paint, of course. And here's what I have to say. This is, like, as far as the mold goes, this is entirely a retool of the 2021 Battle Roar Kong from Godzilla vs. Kong, which for some reason they reissued that one, but they also put out this one. Like, why would you do that? Anyway, this Kong is going to be, again, a bit of a retool. The whole body, like base body, is pretty much the exact same thing to my knowledge. I don't own it, nor do I desire to get it. It's basically the same thing, just with different colors, more paint, and a different head sculpt. But it pretty much does the exact same thing. You press it and it roars. Anyway, for the head, this whole piece, you can kind of see this seam line that kind of wraps around his nape to his collarbone. That is going to be entirely made of rubber. And the rubber used isn't, honestly, I'm going to say, I don't really like this feeling of the rubber because it feels very, cat fur, not cats, it feels very thin. I don't know how to properly put it, but I would have expected a more thicker rubber to be used. And that's kind of a problem, as we're going to discuss later. But for the mold itself, you actually do get a lot of nice detailing for the rubber parts. And if there's one thing that Playmates is really good at with their rubber parts, it's actually giving it a good amount of detail. The face here is sprayed on with a bit of gray, about like where the mouth and eyes are. For the eyes themselves, they are better painted than I would say the Beast Glove Kong is, being like more centered and orange and properly applied. The nose looks very well sculpted, as well as the teeth, kind of like peering into the jaw we'll talk about. You don't get much detail, but you do get like the bottom row of it being like a bit of like red in there. And the teeth are actually molded pretty well. However, I do have a bit of a gripe with it, and that's for this side, it looks fine. Though mine's got a bit of a scuff right on his bottom canine, you can actually definitely see like where it would connect, and it looks nice. However, where's the other canines? Like, where's the other teeth on the left side? You might say, oh, well, it's right here. Well, to that I say, there's no like large tooth on this side. And if you actually notice, it has about the incorrect amount of teeth in between, because Kong in the film has 4 teeth and then his regular canine. Here it actually has 5 and then like the bigger tooth. And as you can see, it's actually not like centered really. So it's kind of like the design that makes me like question like what he's actually doing here, because like he's supposed to be slanting a jaw to the left or something with this. I don't know. It's a kid's toy. I've stopped questioning kids' toys a while ago, and I say that as I'm questioning more. But the underside of his beard doesn't really have a whole lot going on, but you can definitely see like for a side profile, very much a spiky beard. For the top, more molded fur details. Do excuse the cat fur. I have 3 cats, so yeah. But for the chest, which we're gonna put up right here, you can definitely see the little speakers right here, as well as like the battery compartments inside, which we'll get to in just a sec with the gimmick. But we also have like a nice gray spray here for the pecs, and of course the 6 slashes now, which if you're wondering what happened, this was like a slash he had like since a teenager, and then these 3 were probably from Godzilla. So pretty much speaking, the rest of the fur details, well, not counting the pecs, are actually pretty well done. Although I will say they do look a bit blocky on the side. I don't know, I feel like that could have been cleaned up a little better. The back of it looks really nice, kind of carrying out the fine fur details per usual. Something that's also going to be worth noting here is, while the fur does take not so much of a dive as far as quality goes, it is going to be more of a harder plastic throughout like the remainder of the body. So everywhere else is just going to be that hard plastic. Of course, we're going to have the screw holes. Everyone loves their screw holes. Personally, I don't mind them. I grew up with toys that had screw holes, so I kind of got used to them over time, and I've kind of grown to like them because, you know, they're toys, whatever. Of course, we have the big button coming out of his back. Again, we'll get to that. And of course, we got the battery compartment with the screw, and I think this little slit, which is supposed to have like some sort of like plastic knob in there to prevent the sound. But then again, how are you supposed to have the try me feature going, huh? Anyway, for the arms, we do have this arm, which is kind of like going down a bit, or maybe, unless you want to, spoilers for articulation, like go up. If you turn it and then it goes up, there you go. The whole thing is just kind of brown colored. It's not painted at all. There's no dry brushing or extra details. I hate this cat fur all over the place. It's one caveat with living with pets. You got to deal with so much fur on your figures. It doesn't help that all this is made of rubber, so it's going to catch a lot of lint, as I say. But of course, we have all the fur detail, which is nice and compact. Nothing looks so smoothed over. It looks nice, nicely done. Underside looks nice. And of course, for the fist, I do like the way that it's painted, because it's not like a spray. They actually like took their time to paint it on, as opposed to it, because you get like a pretty much a solid transition, like an abrupt one. But it definitely looks better than it being sprayed, which I do appreciate. And of course, we have the fist that's clenched, so you're getting ready to punch maybe Scar King, Godzilla, or I want to say Shimo. Shimo was never really someone who he punched in the movie. And then this arm, which is all the way bent in to kind of like give the illusion like he's beating his chest. Here we have for the arm, which is definitely, again, the clenched fist with the solid, abrupt transition. And again, fur detail looks great, and not too much to write around about. Feet are going to be 1 foot forward, 1 foot back, so they definitely pull the Godzilla. As you can see, like one leg bent forward, the other one bent backward. That's also the Titan Godzilla. Link to that review will be in the description, along with the entire playlist, by the way. The detail work here is really well done still. And again, that's one thing I have to commend Playmates Kong figures for, is that for the detail work, they are pretty much an absolute knockout. Because all the detail is very compact and it's very well detailed as far as the fur goes. So that I do like. And as far as like the paint goes, the only paint you get is like at the top of the toes. The bottom aren't really painted. But you do get some copyright info, so make of that as you wish. So you can see. Anyway, yeah, fur detail is nice. Monkey booty. Not so much of a monkey booty this time, but that's whatever. But yeah, that's basically about it as far as the sculpted details go. So if I had to really rate it, let's talk about this. I feel like the hard plastic is going to be a plus in this case, because not only does the rubber and the hard plastic actually work together, as opposed to it just being like, oh, the hard plastic is very like minute, it's very soft, whatever. And the head is just like the most detailed part of it. It actually looks really, really good for the price point and the line itself. This is honestly one of the better looking figures in my personal opinion. And would I say it's better than the 6-inch ones? That remains to be seen. But on its own, I do like it. Really, I think my only complaint as I spit is going to be the teeth. And it's just really like the way the teeth are molded. I'm not really a fan of, because I don't know, they did like some weird thing with the teeth. So really, that's basically my only gripe. But if I had to rate it, I personally rate it in 8.5 out of 10 as far as the sculpt and paint goes. It's not the worst thing in the world. It's actually quite good. But for Playmate standards, yeah, this is definitely on the more higher end of the list. Next is articulation. Now, because of the gimmick, there's absolutely no articulation in here. I mean, you could technically count the jaws articulation, maybe, because there are hinges in here. But that's more like, they're spring-loaded and they're not really meant for posability, so not really. The shoulder, you can actually raise backwards about this far and come down about this far and can rotate the wrist 360. This arm can actually go a full 360, as you can see there, and also the wrist here can go 360, and for the legs, 360 here and 360 here. Now initially I thought there was feet swivels. No, there's not. I know that looks like it because there's a bit of a seam line. No, that is glued in right there. So unless they just glued it by mistake and there is actually posability, I'm gonna assume there's not. So for posability, that's not really the figure's main intent, and I understand why, you know, that's not as posable, say the Kong with Beast Glove, which was also released simultaneously with this thing. But at the same time, you know, it's a pre-post figure meant for a figure gimmick. So I'm gonna say it's gonna be a 5.5 out of 10. Reason why is because it's just kind of down the middle. It's not really the greatest. It's not necessarily the worst. It's not made for articulation, but it gives you it anyway. So like, really, it's kind of debatable, but that said, it's at least serviceable. Next up we're going to talk about is the battle roar gimmick, which is where the button comes into play. And if you press it, you get 2 roars. Roar number 1. And roar number 2. And, of course, the face kind of opens up with the mouth. And, of course, like all this stuff like kind of crunches up and almost gives him like a facial expression. But if there was one downside I had to this thing, and that's going back to the material used, it's how thin the rubber is. And over time, the rubber will start to rip. Like here, let me show you. You start to notice right there, that is the rubber starting to kind of like crumple and like split and rip a little bit. Like that's the rubber tearing in itself. And over time, the more you do this, keep in mind this is directed towards kids, and they'll do that until the cows come home. That's gonna like rip the face up good over time. Like look, you can kind of start to see that. See? Right there. There's a line right there. So yeah, this Kong is going to rip over time. So yeah, just to show you guys, the rubber was clearly a downfall here, and I think they should have like made a bit thicker of a rubber, or you know, just don't make the mouth move at all. If you had to, just like clear out a hinge right here and then just move the lower jaw, like kind of like what NECA did with their Skull Island Kong. But this is what Playmates did, not NECA. So figure gimmick, it's pretty loud. Well, loud enough. It's not like the loudest thing in the world. And if you do have trouble with the batteries, there's the compartment there. I'm kind of struggling how to really rate them. I think the roars themselves are great, and I don't really see any problem with it, but the gimmick with the head really kind of dulls it down, so I'm going to give it a 7. The sound effects are great, but the mouth moving in theory is great, but in actual execution, they should have used the thicker rubber or just used their standard hinge without the rubber. So yeah, that's kind of what docks it down a little bit. And so for articulation, size comparison, here he is with the other only other Battle Roar figure I have in my collection, with the GVK Godzilla. And I mean, these two can definitely go together, but at the same time, also if you're wondering why this part is removed, we'll actually talk about that in just a sec. This is why I never wanted to get the more Battle Roar figures, because this just isn't that great. But at least he has someone to accompany him on the shelf. But just to prove to you how crappy this thing is, that is battery gunk. Like battery acid leaking out. I get it. Batteries do that, but like, this thing was barely ever used. Outside of the videos, I never really touched this thing. That makes no sense. So, if you own this, check your Battle Roar figures for battery acid leakage or whatever. Excuse me. So, there's that. And here he is with some other GX Kongs. Accidentally banging my tripod over. With the Kong with Beast Club and Kong with Battle Axe. And as you can tell, he is the 7-inch variety, so he's not going to be in the same scale. But what I was saying earlier, as far as the eye application goes, it's definitely better than what we got previously. And I do find it weird how they just chose the neutral Kong over the Beast Club Kong, but hey, I'm not complaining at this point. And for some more size comparisons, here he is with the other Titan deluxe size figures I have, with the Titan Evolution Godzilla, the rubber skin to be exact. And as you can see, he is, I wouldn't really say they're in scale, but for like head-to-head play, this could work. Assuming that you actually want to play with this big rubber sack against a fully plastic figure, well, nearly plastic. And what's funny is that the rubber here is actually the same type of rubber here. This rubber actually is a bit thicker in some areas. So like if they used some of the more thicker parts of it, like on the head, then that would have been a lot better than what we actually got. And for another size comparison, here he is with the largest Kong currently in my collection, the Giant Kong 11-inch figure, which yes, I am getting the Titan size Kong one day. I don't know when, but it is on the way. I'm actually ordering it, but I do plan to. And as you can tell, yeah, there's no contest of who would win this fight. And for the last size comparison, here he is with some more classic King Kong figures. I don't know why I have accent all of a sudden. With the NECA King Kong original release and the Mezco Toys King Kong of Skull Island figure, based on the novel. And what's funny is that this guy actually fits pretty well as far as the generalized scale we have. So it's like shortest. Actually, let's rear him up a bit. Yeah, let's try and see. And they're about the same height, but let's keep you hunched because you have a real balancing problem. There you go. And the NECA Kong was always the tallest one to begin with, so it's about the 7.5-inch scale, I would say, 8-inch scale. Because his legs are fairly spread apart, but yeah, that's basically the general scale we have here. And so, in all honesty, what do I think of this figure? I think that the Battle Roar Kong is a needed upgrade from the Godzilla I previously had. Not only is it better as far as the sculpt and paint goes, but it actually has reasonable articulation and a really good Battle Roar feature. I would honestly say the Battle Roar feature for Godzilla is a bit better executed than here on the Kong just because of the rubber piece used. But that said, if you're using these things as a figure, not just a gimmick figure, then yeah, this thing works. Again, I do fear that over time that the rubber will shear the more you use this thing. So that's quite a bit of a negative. But again, I'm pleasantly surprised by this Kong. It's very well done. It's shockingly one of the better figures because I wasn't expecting this thing to actually be that good. And yeah, that's really all I have to say about it. So my final score, it's going to be a, let's actually go 8 out of 10. Very well done. As for my recommendation, if you like King Kong and you want a Kong that makes sound effects, go right ahead. If you want something more smaller scale, of course, this is not a bad way to go. In case you don't want to shove out the money for the mega size figure, even though it's like, what, 30, 40 bucks. And yeah, that's really all I have to say. It's a very simplistic but very well done Kong figure. But with that said, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we have another figure review. With us today, we are reviewing the Playmates Toys giant Mothra figure from Godzilla Kong: The New Empire. This is the latest figure, well, technically one of 2 figures I got as a gift. Shout out to my mother for buying this. And yeah, this is a very interesting one because initially I was going to try and track this down, but then I kind of decided against it after like the Giants for a little bit just because I wanted to focus on other figures, but then eventually got this as a gift. And yeah, this just so happened to wind up here. So with that being said, I already own the 6-inch, which we're going to compare it to in this video as well. Probably do an extended comparison video somewhere down the pipeline. But yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at this figure. So starting off with the sculpt and paint for the head mold is pretty simplified, much like the other Giants where they just took the same sculpt and blew it up with some minor retooling. That's essentially what they did for this Mothra. For the head, it's basically just like a base brown orangish color with white around the eyes and blue eyes for themselves, along with a bit of a spray of brown right up here with the antenna things up here sculpted in, of course, much like a lot of other companies do. And going down to like the top part of the head, most part, we actually have some black colorization here and here on the back, Well, the rest is just kind of softened out details here. Going back to the face, not too much else to write home about. We do have the mouth, little pincers and extra limbs here sticking out. Of course, that's actually kind of sharp. I mean, you kind of probably see that right at the tip of my thumb. It's like a bit of plastic. That's actually kind of sharp. But yeah, she has 4 arms here for the front, 2 here and 2 there. And for the main bigger arms, they have additional sprays of black, which I do like, mainly around what would theoretically be her elbow. And then here for like the main kind of like pincer parts. And also has some black spray inside of the elbows on the smaller ones as well. This one's more up towards the bicep area, but still looks rather nice. So it gives the colorization a bit more flair. Of course, you have the inside and out, which I do appreciate as well. And for kind of like going to the sides, ignoring the wings, not so much like colorization or detail. You do get a bit of like folding creases every here and there. It's nothing like super complex as far as the overall design goes. But for the back, mild sprays of black on the stinger itself, although I think that's actually the version where the stinger isn't like showing, so maybe this is just the retracted version. I wish there was like some sort of gimmick where you could actually like some sort of lever here and you can actually pull down on the lever, then out comes the stinger. That'd actually be pretty cool. Playmates, hit me up. I got some pretty cool toy ideas. And you actually do get some detail more towards the bottom of the figure, mainly towards the stinger abdomen area, where we have a bit of like folds and creases there. And then here for the back legs, much like the front limbs, we actually do have some nice detail work here, where we do get a bit more like crease. It kind of looks like some sort of like, kind of looks like a pretzel, honestly. And for like the back, for the feet themselves, they do have like that black spray that Playmates is just in love with using on this figure. And relatively speaking, that is kind of it for the main body. It is a very simplistic mold and not too much to write home about. Next up, we're going to talk about the wings. And much like the 6-inch version, sadly, they are just stickers. And I say sadly because I'm not really that big of a fan of stickers on my figures. Like, hey, that rhymes. I'm Dr. Seuss now. Anyway, for the actual main printing, I will say it does look a bit blurry. And I don't mean my camera quality. This is actually better than how it used to be. Go back to some of my older reviews from like a few weeks ago. Compare it to this one. There's a huge quality difference. But like, I don't know what it is, but the printing here just looks a little pixelated. Like, I can definitely make out some pixels actually like more towards like up here and then a bit down there where it's like a bit more spotty. And you can definitely see on the more like veiny areas where there's like the little trails. Yeah, that almost looks like they took a high quality image and they tried to render it on like an old Windows computer. But even then, Windows computers, I guess, had the high quality. Whatever, like some sort of 16-bit. That kind of looks like what it is. You know, 64 bits, 32 bits. You get the meme. But yeah, for the actual like sticker application, I'm going to be honest. That I didn't do. This figure's like a few days old in my collection, and I did not do that. That really sucks. And it's kind of weird because the 6-inch version didn't really have a problem with that, for me at least. Maybe a few folds, but not so much like peelage. Like, this is exactly why I don't like stickers on these things. Because, like, this is... I get it, it's a kid's toy, but... there had to have been a better way to do this, especially with the giant. And also, if you're wondering, moving the figure towards the back, it does have the exact same printing, just mirrored on all sides. So that's basically it for the printing. But as for the shape of it, I mean, you kind of get the idea. Proportionally, it almost looks like these would be the wings, but of course we have the actual wings folded up. But for the... at least the overall wings, I'm not really a fan of them personally, though I do like something about them, as we'll discuss later. And here we have the bigger wings, which also suffer from the same problems as the smaller wings do, because the printing isn't necessarily much better. It's very almost saturated looking. It's very pixely. It's very uncleanly printed. I do like the way that they do look as far as the design goes, having a lot of these like intricate whites and yellows mushing into like browns, oranges, and blacks, and you can actually see like the eyes that are supposed to be like a mimicry of Godzilla's eyes, even though like it's kind of pointless too. Although I guess it kind of focuses like the symbiotic relationship between Godzilla and Mothra. But that said, it just, again, the peelage is a huge problem. We have this portion of the wing which is starting to peel right off. We have this part of the wing over here which is also starting to peel off. And you can also see like a ton of creases and crevices like forming more towards like the middle part of the wing, and it just doesn't look that good. Again, I understand why Playmates did this from like a cost standpoint, but at the same time, there had to have been a better way to do the wings. I'm gonna be honest, there had to have been a better way. And to also throw this in here, the wings themselves, you can actually kind of see my reflection of my hand on that wing. It doesn't really look much better. In fact, it actually probably looks worse because right on this wing you can see bubbles. Flat out air bubbles. I get it, kid's toy, but come on, Playmates. There had to have been a better way. So overall for Sculpt and Paint, I'm gonna be honest, it kinda sucks as far as the overall quality of it goes. This is definitely going to be one of the weaker giants as far as like the Sculpt and Paint is concerned, because yes, I understand Mothra is a very colorful creature in the movies. She glows blues and she's all these different colors as far as the base color is concerned without the bioluminescence. But that said, Playmates' attempt on it just really isn't that great blown up to the 11-inch scale. My main problems are going to be those wings and the sticker decals. Like, I don't understand why they can't have just done like a color print as opposed to it being stickers, let alone very blurry stickers. I do like the body mold. I do. It's very much in line with what Playmates would have done. And it's very much well detailed as far as when it's actually, detailed. And I do like the color extensions of black sprays around the limbs and the back. That said, again, the wings are not done that well. And given of how much of a percentage they make of the figure, I'm going to have to say Sculpt and Paint gets a 4 out of 10. I'm sorry, but there should have been a better way to do those wings. Next up is articulation, and I'm proud to say that this is actually one of the figure's redeeming qualities. So nothing at the head and nothing at these smaller limbs, but we do have swivel hinges. Let's actually move the wings up. Yes, the wings do move, but we'll talk about that in a sec. The wings or limbs up here go up about that far, down about that far, pushing it as far as it can go, and can rotate side to side, but if you angle it correctly, can go all the way around. Same thing goes with this limb. Up, down, and up, left and right. Next up is the back limbs, and I gotta keep moving these wings. Go back about, actually it could, comfortably it goes forward about that far, backwards about that far. Using the hinge can go up to the side about this far, and then can go down about this far, and then rotating it correctly here, you can pretty much go a full 360 degrees. Same thing goes on this side. Now, for the wings. We can hinge downwards about this far, go up about that far so we can get about that much flapping motion, and it is on a clicky joint, like a ratchet. It's not necessarily the strongest ratchet, but it is a ratchet. And you can rotate it pretty much a full 360 degrees. Same goes on the other side. And for the wing, can go down about this far closer, and then can go up probably around that far, and can also rotate. Same thing goes with the other one. So yes, for articulation, it's not like a total one-to-one with the original 6-inch version, but it is still actually quite an improvement, as it actually gives it limb movement and doesn't just strictly rely on the wing movement. So for articulation, I'm going to give it a 7.5. I do like it. I think the only thing that could be missing are some swivel hinges here and maybe something for the waist. But that said, I do like what we have here, and it is very serviceable. Next up is the accessories. And you notice anything different about this figure that's not with the original 6-inch? This thing actually comes with a flight stand, which taking Mothra off, let's see, can we balance her? You know, I'm just gonna lay her off to the side. This is a pretty big stand. It's a very big clear piece of plastic. Has a little G4169. I think that's just its product code thing. I don't know. But has like these little poles. I don't know what these are for. I'm guessing they have to do something with like balancing. And it's like this big, I don't even know what shape this is. Almost looks like an oval, except it's kind of like squared off. And then you have this big part of it along with the actual like insert for the base. It almost looks like the top of a Tamashi arm, which I don't actually have. A little square for some reason. I don't know why they do that. Anyway, so there's a big hinge and it can actually swivel. It's probably be easier to showcase with the figure on it. But yeah, you have this peg, and you're going to see Mothra's hole at the bottom of her. And also forgot to mention, there's sprays at the bottom of her as well, of which you just want to insert the pole into, insert the peg into her pole. Question mark, question mark, question mark. And just insert it in. There you go. And now you've got your Mothra levitating off the ground. Now, as far as the range of this hinge, it can go all the way down, like with the figure on it, can go all the way down here before its wing hits something. And then rearing it back up can go all the way up here. Now, as far as the, like, if you can make this thing taller, nope, this is essentially it. Unless you have, like, I don't know, like a billion different pieces of clear plastic you want to rest this thing on, no, Mothra's just going to be suspended like this up in the air, which I definitely think is good in theory, but honestly, I kind of would have liked it if it was maybe adjustable, so you could have Mothra like soaring above Godzilla and Kong, your giant ones, just because that's the way it was in the film. But at the same time, I understand why they did it this way, just because probably of shelf space and kids, you know, if they want to play with something, they can play with something. Anyway, for the accessory, for the base, I'm going to give it a 7 out of 10. Not too bad. It's very serviceable, does what it's supposed to do. I just think that there could have been some extra things to be added on to this, as I previously stated. And as promised, here she is next to the 6-inch version Mothra. This is the one from the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack, which I think the only difference between the Mothra Battle Pack and the standard release Mothra is going to be the stability of the wings. But that said, it's basically the same. So as far as the comparison with the giant one goes, as I've also again stated, the big differences are going to be in the application of the wings, stickers, and the paint on the body. Everything else is essentially the same. They're in the same base stance. They do have different articulation points in the limbs. Mothra, the 6-inch version, showing it off here, is pretty much entirely solid. There's nothing here aside from the wings, which are not going to be ratchets, but are going to be just more tight hinges thanks to those metal hinges, as you can see. And also this Mothra was kind of designed to be like just on the ground like this, while the giant one has the stand. And it's kind of ironic that the one that actually is smaller doesn't get one, because you'd think the giant one would have the like one no problem. And also, as far as like the sticker applications go, you can see not really much air bubbles here, if any. So I can cut it a bit of slack for not having the having it there, but come on, please just make it painted next time. Also, just for another size reference, Gia, I think it works better in scale with the giant one than it does for this one, but scale is kind of subjective these days in the Monsterverse. And here she is with my other Mothras, as you can see, with my hand in the reflection, with the Funko Pop Mothra on the right and the U2's Mothra on the left. The Funko Pop's from King of the Monsters, and this one's more based on like the Toho Mothra. And yeah, they kind of work well together. And here she is with the NECA Mothras with V1 and V2, which I am planning to replace V1 pretty soon, whenever that might be. And finally, here she is with the other giant Godzilla Kong, the New Empire figures I own, with Godzilla Evolved and Kong with Beast Glove, which as far as scale goes, they're close, but they're not exactly in scale together. Godzilla's the tallest of all three, but really he should be almost like up to where my fingers are in retrospect. Kong is supposed to be a little shorter than Godzilla, and Mothra is supposed to be the smallest out of all of them, but has like a big wingspan. So I'd say as far as like figure display goes, this honestly really works. But also, message for Legendary. More of these two, less of the monkey. Please and thank you. And so overall, what do I think of the giant Mothra? I will admit and say that as far as like me analyzing this thing critically, it's kind of on the lower end of the giants, for me personally. The biggest reason is I just don't think Mothra works for the giant line. It definitely tries because it's an upscaled version of Mothra. You know, it's, of course, Mothra's supposed to be in scale with the other kaiju in the film, but at the same time, with the stickers, like, you can clearly see the peelage. Like, that is ugly. That is really ugly. And the fact that, like, the figure would require some sort of, like, maintenance done to it right out of the box also doesn't help that this thing is open box, so kids can just touch this thing till the cows come home. Again, this figure really was kind of doomed in a lot of different ways. But for what is good is the stand and the articulation. Those two parts I do like. I just don't really like the way the wings are executed. And yeah, that's basically my personal consensus. As for my recommendation, if you want a giant scale Mothra, this is probably going to be your best bet. But I would honestly say, as far as like, if you just want a Mothra figure from the Monsterverse, just save up and get yourself the Higher Toys variant. NECA stopped putting out their Mothra a while ago. The Monster Arts one is not worth it. Trust me, because it keeps getting bundled up with like other kaiju for some reason. Because first it was Rodan, and the next thing it's Suko. Like, Suko and Mothra never even interacted in the film. So whatever. But yeah, for my final ratings, I'm going to give the Mothra a 6.5 out of 10. It's not a terrible figure. It's not the greatest figure. It's all right. It's good. At the very least, there's just some things that when it's done wrong, it's really done wrong. When it's done right, it's really done right. But that being said, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the supercharged Godzilla Evolved with Heat Ray from Playmates Toys. This is technically a very odd case. This is a figure that actually is part of a much larger whole. if you know, there is a set called the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack, and I did take a look at that back in December of 2024 when I initially got it. However, I feel like I want to take like more individual looks at the figures as opposed to it being in one big video. And I feel like because of the figures varying in quality as you get the package, because like let's say one figure package could contain a really nice Godzilla and a really crappy Kong versus this one, and like everyone's is different. I just want to take a look at mine like individually, so giving them their own solo videos, as well as if you just want to watch the whole thing, you can just watch that whole video from December. But that said, I just also really want to give these figures a chance to shine, because I love these things, okay? They're fun repaints. I kind of give the repaints a lot of flack for constantly reusing the same sculpts. But at the same time, this one in particular, spoilers, is actually my favorite from the set. So with that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at the supercharged Godzilla Evolved. Now, in case if you don't know, starting with sculpt and paint by the way, the design here depicts him in the supercharged state, where in the final battle in Rio de Janeiro, also shout out to my viewers in Rio, yeah, I see you, he basically goes like, he gets flung by Shimo and then gets pinned by a building, and then he kind of comes back up and then just starts supercharging himself to fire at Scar King. Newsflash, he misses. And this is kind of what happened. So this is basically Playmates' version of that specific design. And needless to say, the sculpted paint, well specifically the paint, is one of my favorite aspects. So first we're going to start with the head, kind of like angling the head up here with my tripod. There we go. So for the head, it uses the same sculpt we've seen twice up until this point from the original and the 2-pack, where we have basically a concept version of the Godzilla Evolved design. Keep in mind, this was not finalized. This was definitely close to final, but not the final. But the head shape is still pretty well done. I definitely like the details we have here. Keep in mind the head is going to be made of a soft plastic, folks. It has a more bluish green base, and the purple paint kind of like darkens it, quote unquote. It's still the exact same shade of color. I'm going to remove that. But as a whole, it actually magnifies the color quite significantly versus the other ones where there wasn't really a whole lot of paint or dry brushing to bring out some of the more finer details. Here, you can clearly see where all the like little bumps and ridges are on the sides of the body. You can see where the eyeballs, well, technically should be. If there's one negative I do have, it's kind of like the eyes. I don't think are really well done because like there's really no subtlety to it. They just like, essentially they have a big, they didn't really paint the pupils, and they just have like a big canvas and they just went nuts, which is a good thing and a bad thing. But essentially you're going to be getting the purple paint all over the face. Here looks very goopy, almost looks like something out of Splatoon. The hole in his mouth doesn't really have any paint, but the inside of the mouth does have a lot of that purple paint in there as well. The teeth are more clear this time around because they're not all one solid color. The gills here are going to be painted pretty well. You can again see more of that sculpted detail, which I do love and appreciate. This side particularly, like, look at that. And of course the spines here are not going to be all painted, but they're going to be like mostly painted, which also that's a kind of a unique thing, is that all the Godzilla Evolved supercharged variants are going to be like all different to each other. So suppose you buy one, yours is going to be different to mine. But yeah, for basically the front, it's kind of where most of the purple is. And then for the head, you can see where all the purple kind of like dials back a bit, so you can kind of see the more greenish blue. Moving to the chest area, where we have a bit more of like the lineage work, where there's like folds and details and the crevices. That's kind of where the paint's going to really shine, as well as here. More towards the side. The sides of Godzilla Evolved were never the most detailed, because you can definitely see how detailed that is compared to this. But for what it's worth, they did do their best with painting it, as far as like giving it some extra detail, and it looks good and consistent enough with the purple. in the detail at work here. I will say that there are some parts where it's like not too much paint, and then there's like a whole hodgepodge of paint. So that could be a bit of a negative for some. For the arms, they're going to be standardly pretty much all purple with intense dry brushing. Like Playmates did not hold back when they came to the wash. The little elbow spikes aren't like fully painted, but they are painted, which technically marks the first time on a 6-inch figure that they actually painted the elbow spikes, which is a plus, at least in my opinion. And of course, the arm positioning, one arm kind of more out like this, and the other one on the left kind of more folding in. So it kind of like goes for a more weird battle stance, except they can't really do like doesn't do the arm stretching thing that he does. But again, you can see like inside the palm, very much so, pink. Almost kind of looks like he's wearing like pink gloves or something. Or maybe this is just his blood and he's even really badly bruised. No, Godzilla would be dead. But at the same time, the pink and purple just really seeps together, and I really do like that. For the legs here, you definitely have a lot of nice, intricate little details, especially down here with the feet. Solid pink, more towards like the copperhead info. So definitely see where they would like have painted the figure and stopped. But for the actual like little integral details inside it, it looks really nice. You can see all the little folds and crevices and scales and bumps and grooves. This part I really like, where it's kind of like seeping in the crevices and then leaves like the scales to be a bit more highlighted with the darker color, and that's something I do like. The feet though also really have just like quite an amount of just pink paint on the nails in particular. Not too much on some, like this one has a bit less than this one does, but again, like there's just so much pink. And just to talk about it, we'll talk about the plates in just a sec, but the spines here are going to be fully painted pink, and the bottom of it though is not going to be. That is also a bit of a complaint I have with this figure, is that they didn't really take the time to paint the bottom of it. That's kind of something I really kind of find a little sucky, but I mean, then again, it's fine. But the paint here is very much vibrant and is very thickly, coherently painted all the way through, and there's really like no area where it looks outright bad per se. It looks the way it should, and the tail kind of like tapers off into the thagomizer, as we can see here. And again, just kind of like show you the bottom. No, and also like it's a bit of a solid transition, so it's a bit iffy, but I think like overall, when it comes to the paint color, it looks nice. But then we get to the best part of this figure, and that is going to be the dorsal plates. I've said it, and I'll say it again. This is the best dorsal plates you will get on a Godzilla figure, like ever. So this is just so eye candy at this point. Like, just look at this. This is so cool with the pink and like the newer detailed molds. How like gummy it feels, very gummy. I mean, I know it's rubber, but it's so cool with how they did these dorsal plates. Honestly, I almost wish Playmates would just do something like this for like every Godzilla going forward. Just these amazingly detailed Godzilla dorsal plates. Like, please, Playmates, do more of this. Please. But yeah, we have basically the same sculpt as per usual, just molded in a pink plastic. And overall, that's going to be pretty much it for the actual main body. It is in the same pose, it's in the same sculpted details, it's the same mold we've seen like two times. This being the third, and then there was the fourth, which is the Godzilla Real Feel, which I do plan on picking up soon. Just need the time and money. But that said, for this guy, this is definitely like honestly my favorite one, and just part of the reason why it's my favorite is because of the paint, and I do love it a lot. So, do I have any negatives? Well, again, I definitely think like there's no real subtlety to the paint. It's kind of like whatever, let's just do whatever makes it best and just have it flared. But at the same time, I definitely think that's also part of the appeal that all the Godzilla evolves here will look different. And this one, in my personal opinion, just screams amazingness. The only real downside I have is just the fact that like the tail is painted, so I am gonna dock a point off for that. So sculpt and paint, I think the sculpt itself is all right, but it's not necessarily enough for me to really like dock the point downward. And you know what? Let's actually put like a half mark at it just because the sculpt itself wasn't necessarily the best on the main body. So overall, I'm going to have to give it an 8.5 out of 10 for the sculpt and paint. Not like a horrifically bad sculpt. It's a good sculpt overall, but the paint is what really elevates it. Next up, the figure is going to be articulation. Here at the jaw, you can close and open it up. Head looks like it moves. Trust me, it does not. It's just this way because it's on a big square peg, and if you try shearing that, you're just going to turn that, you're going to shear it right off. Shoulders can go about a full 360, but do be careful of the paint because you could scuff it up, and for some reason there's like quite a bit of resistance on mine, so I'm going to go like my own pace. Like you can see that there's like a clear edge where the paint was, so you can rotate that a full 360. Same with this arm, which I think I'm just gonna go straight for it. Yep, all right, I think that's all good. Cat fur. I do have cats, by the way. This leg can go up about that far. Okay, moving the tail up about that far, down about that far, and the foot here can rotate all the way around. This leg can go up about that far, down about that far, and can rotate all the way around. And this tail can go pretty much in a standard ball joint where you can rotate it left, right, up, down. So pretty much all the works. With that said, Godzilla evolved. For articulation, it's basic. It's the 6-inch basic line. Compared to the Kong and other primates, and even Shimo, I definitely think Godzilla definitely got like the worst end of the stick, because like where's the head articulation, where's the shoulder hinges, where's the wrist swivels? Like you could have given this thing way more than what it does, and I don't really think it's fair because Shimo has it but Godzilla doesn't. So I'm gonna have to dock some points off there and say that the articulation gets a 6.5 out of 10. It's not the most it's serviceable, but not like the most extravagant thing in the world. What's some Godzilla without some firepower, huh? Yes, it's time for accessories. And I'm happy to say, and also a bit disappointed, that this Godzilla does come with a beam effect. However, you notice any problems with it? Should be obvious. It's the wrong color. Yeah, apparently Playmates decided to bring back the red-orange beam for an all-purple Godzilla. Now, let's go over the beam. It is the exact same mold we've seen twice in the standard red, as we can see, splash effect, more cartoony-looking flames. I don't think that the beam was done well, like, really much from the get-go, so it's not the best thing in the world. Small peg. But to apply it, all you just really do is open up the mouth, aim the peg upward into that hole that we saw earlier, and there you go, Godzilla is shooting his beam effect. Yay! So really what's, like, again, the wrong color thing really stands out here. I'm going to take off the beam here, just to really show. It's that there was really no reason to have the beam red anymore, because keep in mind the fins and the beam are made of the same material. So why they went through the effort of putting the spines translucent purple but kept the beam the same red, that doesn't scream, that doesn't make sense to me. However, I will say that even in the movie, the beam did change. It had a bit more spiral to it. It had a bit more colorization. There was a bit of blues, a bit of purples, a bit of pinks. It was a bit of like the cooler colors subtracting green. it was a bit of all those mixed together. So why they brought back this, a warm colored beam, I don't know. But again, it's a beam effect. Yay. I'm not even going to attempt to rest this thing in this mouth. So honestly, that's the one major drawback to this figure, is that the beam effect really isn't that great. So yes, it's serviceable, but the beam effect was never really that great to begin with, and this isn't like the right beam. This isn't Shin Godzilla where he's all purple and he shoots the orange fire. That's not what this is. So I'm gonna have to say 4.5 out of 10. Sorry, Playmates, but you had one job and you didn't deliver on that. So can't really say that about Real Field Godzilla, where he didn't even come with a beam. So, and just for a quick comparison, here he is with the original release Godzilla Evolved, and as you can see, they are like essentially the same sculpt. They're the same height, same posability. The difference is really just about the color and the paint, which is essentially the same thing. Where this guy is depicted as the more like charge up, this one's more base form, whatever may have you. I know that there's another version. I'm literally looking at him right up on my shelf, but I'm not wanting to get him down because it's going to be a pain in the butt to actually get him back up there because I have such a unique display up. Go watch my collection video from, I think, March 2025. Yeah, so as you can see, there's really not too much differences, but they are very much different as far as the color scheme, which is kind of the whole point. And here he is with his counterpart, the supercharged, energized Godzilla base form. And what I will say is that while I did give this guy flack and this guy praise, let me just spell out the difference between the two so I can really kind of like drive home why I prefer one over the other. This is an outdated sculpt that is like 5 years old to the date, has a very lazily done paint where it's the foot's not even painted, the hand's not even painted, the face isn't even painted, and the translucent spines don't even like color match properly. And there's such outdated molds that they could have done way more versus this one where it's actually full body painted, minus the bottom part of the tail, and actually comes with a flame effect, even though it's not really the best part. But I feel like it's all part of the mold in the spines. See that? Versus this? There's clearly a huge difference. Also, here's the very crummy battle drone. And because I don't want to have to go through the hassle of literally taking down every single figure, here he is with every GXK figure I have in my collection as of this recording. So basically all the 6-inch Playmates figures, almost all of them. The repaints of the 2-packs are up there. And the NECA bootleg 2024 Godzilla Evolved. And yeah, he fits pretty much well with everyone. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? It's really good. I'm going to be honest. It is eye candy. This is basically just a figure that you just look at and you just admire and awe. Because that's essentially what this figure is. It's a gimmick figure. It's a figure that you have a very certain appeal for. Or it's a figure that you just buy for the sake of completionism. That said, do I think that there's some flaws? Yes. The articulation's a bit underwhelming, the accessory's not that good, and the paint, where there's not that much paint, is really disappointing. However, the main draw feature is going to be that paint in particular, and I think it's done really, really, really well. So I think all things considered, I'm going to give this figure an 8 out of 10. It is definitely going to be the strongest figure of the 5-pack, technically 6 if you count Geo, but that's like a minifigure accessory, whatever, of the 5-pack of Kaiju from the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack. And I definitely think that when I take a look at the others, I'm just gonna like review them on their own and not just part of a larger whole. So again, 8 out of 10, I feel like that's a fair rating for this guy because his paint just elevates him that much. I love his paint, I love his sculpt, like his sculpt. Articulation serviceable and accessories kind of stupid, but hey, that said, that's my personal consensus. Thank you guys for watching this video. I know I'm recording this in May, summertime now, not officially, but I consider May summertime. It's heating up, no more snow. Assuming you don't live near the polar regions, it's time we go vacation. much like Rio de Janeiro. I don't actually know if I would go to Rio for a vacation. Maybe I would. But hey, you know what? That's fine. But yeah, hope you guys are enjoying the first starts of your summer. I want to start out big with brand new figure reviews of some old ones, plus some new ones I've got coming in. And who knows, maybe the Kong that goes with that one pretty soon. I'm teasing it. I'm getting it soon. But yeah, I think it's time we end the video. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the Playmates Final Battle Kong with Base Glove and Heave. I say Final Battle because this is part of the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack, which was released back in late 2024 and basically featured 5 different figures. This, along with a supercharged Godzilla, repainted Scar King, supercharged Shimo, and a mothra with Gia. I'm taking a look at the figures individually because if you haven't seen my supercharged Godzilla review, basically I just want to give these figures like an extra chance to shine amongst themselves, aside from just being grouped together. So basically this is just going to be the depiction of him, spoiler alert, when he's picking up Scar King and Scar King's like all frozen up by Shimo, and then he gets all and he tackles him to the ground, and then he's just like on bits and pieces. So that's basically what this version of Kong is based on. And yeah, we're just going to be primarily going through the motions here. So it's also going to be a repaint of the Kong with Beast Glove. So let's go ahead and get along with this. So starting off with sculpt and paint, it's kind of funny how we're starting off what in my personal opinion is the start of summer, because you know May is when like everything starts warming up, people start going on vacations and such, and or at least start booking them. And we're taking a look at a very frosted Kong here. So this isn't the Antarctic Kong, although I might get that one next, who knows. But yeah, this is essentially the same mold as the Kong with Beast Glove figure. And automatically the sculpt is going to be pretty snazzy. We've got a lot of nice fur detail, probably some of the best I've seen from Playmates. The fur here kind of has like around the facial area, has some like extra detail to really kind of bring it down to its respective sides, so the beard looks pretty nice. And of course the sides of them are kind of fanning out, giving Kong essentially just a full head of hair, as well as here where you do get like the additional spray of white, and that's going to be like a big theme of this figure, is like from mainly like the top, his top right, our top left of this guy's head is going to be primarily in the white color, and it's definitely going to look very nice. For the eyes, they're actually different. Whereas the original were like orange, these ones are actually black and white, which no, Kong's eye color doesn't really change in the movie. That would be impossible for him to, but then again, he did get this, so. But yeah, they are pretty well done, and I do like the color application we do have here. Sculpted, the nose looks pretty nice, the mouth looks decently detailed, not overly detailed, it's serviceable. Has the paint mainly towards the front. The back of the teeth don't really have any paint as well, but they do look nice, especially because it's the open mouth sculpt. So for the head, also has like the base brown with the grayish spray for the face and skin areas. So that part I do like, as well as the ears. They're actually pretty well sculpted, like they go in. I'm genuinely surprised at how far they go in. I've never actually seen it go that far in, but whatever. For the body itself, for the torso, we have the scarring, which is going to be the same just about, with the pecs being sprayed with that gray spray. And then of course we have the more darkened brown body. Here for the back, unlike other Kong repaints, we actually have some white here, and then a large sum of it more towards the left side, while his right, our left side, and then kind of tapers back to the front here, where we do get more of like that really nice white spray here, so that looks good. Just to kind of talk about this one, because this one's like less interesting to talk about. It's pretty much entirely brown. Like, I could swap this for the original and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. There's no, like, white spray on this, but we do get the nice little intricate details, little scarring cuts on the Kong. This was not in the movie, by the way. This is just Playmates' own doing of the sculpt, which I did forget to mention that the detail work was different on the Battle Roar Kong, by the way. It's just in the same pose, by the way. But yeah, we have a lot of nice the fur detail. The only real paint work on it is going to be the fist, where it's a bit more grappling, almost like he's about to grab the axe, even though he's right-handed as opposed to being left. But I mean, if you want to stick it in, you can go ahead. The detail work is pretty nice with the nails, and of course the gray spray is still there as well. Moving to the right arm, which is going to be a bit more eventful, we have the kind of like upper right shoulder, and it looks very nice with like the spray here with the white. Mine did get a bit flakiness right out of the box because it was like that as I opened it, because Kong's arm was about like this in the box, and then as soon as I moved it, I heard scraping, and like, yeah, that just obviously wasn't sealed the best, as well as that was out of the box as well. But the overall spray also kind of like tapers down here, and then does have a bit here, as well as like to the this part of the beast glove, which, by the way, as far as the beast glove goes, I will say as far as paint applications go, it's a bit iffy because it doesn't paint itself all the way. There's a bit of like parts of it where it doesn't fit, like it isn't 100% painted. The gear here looks nice, gear there looks nice, and then the strap kind of tapers around, kind of stops where there's more mechanical components to the beast glove. And then here for the beast glove itself, it's going to be that standard yellow with the BT61. I still wonder if that's a reference, HT42. And then we have like more white spray, which it does fit with where Kong got hit in the movie, where he like shielded himself from the beast glove. So it makes sense why it would be there. And then we have like the straps and then the inner gear, which are not painted on this one, sadly, but that's to be expected given the Playmates. And of course we have the strap that goes onto his arm, so there's that. And then you have like the gauntlet like fingers, which look pretty nice. Got a little bit of white spray there, so that looks nice. Going down to the lower legs here, or the upper legs I should say, they have still the same scarring and also some like little dots. I wonder if those are like paint bubbles or something, but essentially you have two sprays of the white spray there. And realistically speaking, that's kind of it for the feet as far as like the differences go, because you do get the same amount of details you would with the original Kong with Beast Glove, and then you also have like the standard toes that are painted the gray, and so like at least it looks nice. Nothing at the bottom aside from this, as you can see, so that looks nice, that looks fine. And just to also show you, if you move, doesn't really have a whole lot of paint there, but overall, just to showcase the backside one more time, monkey booty. There you go. All right, so I think that kind of about covers sculpt and paint. So personally, here's like my personal 2 cents on the sculpt and paint. I think that personally, this figure is probably going to be the most movie-centric or movie-accurate repaint of the bunch, just because Godzilla and Shimo's are a bit more stylistic and Scar King's like not even in the movie. So this one's definitely very scene-specific. But that said, I definitely do dig what we have here. I think that the figure, like as far as the paint work goes, could it use a little bit of work? Yeah, it could, especially because like sealing the paint, that's kind of a priority, because that scuff is really noticeable once you actually like look at it. But the new additions with the white paint plus the new eyes, they're really good, and I do dig it. As for like my personal like rating, detail is good, actually great. I commend the Kongs for being really well detailed, and the paint got a decent upgrade aside from the beast glove being a bit iffy painted, mainly like the upper straps. So I'm gonna give Sculpt and paint, what would be a fair ranking for this? It's nothing like overly spectacular, by the way. It's just kind of meant for flair. So I'm going to say 7.5 out of 10 for the sculpt and paint. I feel like that's a little low, but I feel like it's appropriate, you know. It's nothing like overly spectacular, but I think it definitely gets the job done. You know, actually, let's bump that up to an 8. So 8 out of 10 for the sculpt and paint. Next up, we have articulation. So for the head, we can go side to side. I think if we push it, we can get a full 360, but I really just, it kind of paranoids me to actually like move it all that much, because that beard could very well grind up against the sculpt more towards over here, and it's just, for this arm, we can go up about that far, down about that far, and you don't have to worry about paint damage. And you can swither all the way around. Nice. Nice. We can bend in with the elbow, straighten out about this far, and you can rotate. And then we can swivel with the wrist. For the other arm, which is going to be the beast glove arm, comfortably you could go like all the way up about here, but I'm not going to try that because the paint scuffs like way too easily. Also scuffs down there too. And you can rotate it. However, I'm going to rotate it just a bit, just because I don't want to scuff this thing any more than it already is. For the beast glove arm, you can straighten out about that far, bend in about that far. You can kind of rotate, not too much, side to side. And this arm doesn't have any posability, and even if it did, the beast glove kind of locks everything in. No articulation in the waist, even though there is a seam line. And the legs can go up, down, side to side, and go to the splits if you want to. And then the knee can bend in like that and out, basically as much as you want. So overall, the Kong with Beast Club, I feel, is a neat addition as far as the articulation is concerned, because really that's basically it. The articulation is definitely going to be a bit better on Kong than it is Godzilla. So I definitely think that it's a bit more expressive. However, because of the paint issues, it does kind of like, it in a weird way hurt itself. And I don't know. I feel like the waist could have been its own joint, and I feel like the feet could have been its own joint. So yeah, I'm going to dock some points out of that and say 7.5 out of 10 for the articulation. Not bad. Actually pretty good, but come on, could have used a little more. For accessories, I know it's Kong with Beast Glove, but the Beast Glove isn't necessarily an accessory. It's actually just permanently part of the figure. But for what we do get is a heave, which is going to be based on the newer design in the film, which is kind of looking more like a mantis or some sort of grasshopper, which it's basically just one big solid piece of chrome, plastic, rubber molded into the shape of it. I'll give it this, it's very detailed, because like you have all these prongs sticking out of the back, and then you have like this part where just more just kind of solid, but the top of it looks really nice. And yeah, there's the cockpit, and it looks nice, you know? It looks really good. Only problem, this is the third time we've gotten this thing. Now, much like the Godzilla with heat ray beam effect, I feel like they could have done something different here, because in the film, the heaves change color. In fact, that's its whole gimmick. It's able to camouflage in with the other Titans. I'm trying to remember the names of those like yellow creatures in the movie that like have like a minor role, and they're like electric, and they like stun Scar King and Shimo and the other apes. You know what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie. Why not do like a paint job based on those? Because there was like one scene in the film where this actually turns into that color. That would have been awesome, but sadly no, it's just the same thing we've gotten like 3 times, so yay. To put it in Kong's arm, again, he has 2 open slots. This one's a bit closed because of the strap, but you can actually kind of squeeze the heave in there and kind of have Kong like maybe eyeing it or something. And yeah, that's kind of how you put it in. It's not the most secure fit. In fact, it's actually a bit more secure when you flip it upside down. There you go. yeah, it's a bit more secure like that. So, the heave, it's not that how to say this? It's mainly meant for just like an accessory made for Kong, because in the final battle he didn't get his beast glove until he actually killed Scar King. And I guess maybe like I would have traded out this for a beast glove, sorry, a battle axe, to be honest. Like maybe just a dulled, worn down battle axe, because it kind of was anyway. But yeah, this thing, it doesn't really do much, so it's the third time we've gotten it. Cool, like, little vehicle, but it doesn't really do anything outside of just looking like a basic heave. So I'm gonna say 5 out of 10, because that's like the third time we've gotten it, and it's not necessarily the best thing in the world. And for some quick size comparisons, here he is with the original Kong Beast Club. And as you can see what I meant, like the paint just looks a little bit more refined than it does on that one. But also what I meant is like by the eyes, they did change the eyes. No more googly eyes, it's just looking off to the right now. And also what I meant by the heat is, yeah, they are basically the same type of heave. Like there's really no difference when it comes to these heaves. I mean, if I might actually have them reversed, to be honest, but whatever, that's how I sign them, that's how they're going. And here it is with all my other 6 to 7 inch scale GXK figures I currently own, because I'm not taking each and every one of them off, just for the sake of a comparison. But as you can see, it fits right in for anywhere it is. It's right down there. And so overall, what do I think of this figure? I definitely think that this is going to be one of the, I don't want to use the word weaker, but it is pretty strong in its own right, of the 5-pack. I think that the Kong here is definitely going to be a really good figure as far as concept, and pretty good in execution. However, I do have a bit of problems with it. For example, the accessory is kind of dumb, because like it should have honestly just come with like a different colored heave if you really wanted to do another heave. Could have come with an axe, or could have come with Gia, because, you know, character-wise, Kong has a literal connection with Gia. So the accessory in retrospect is honestly kind of useless, especially because like it doesn't have a flight stand. Kong also has like meh paint control, because the paint here, especially on his shoulder, is like scraping like crazy. Even just moving it just risks the whole thing shearing right off. But the articulation's great, or good. I shouldn't use the word great, but the articulation's good, and the sculpt is wonderful. So with that said, I'm gonna have to give the figure an overall rating of 7.5 out of 10. I feel like that's a fair rating. So with that said, if you want this, it's going to be part of a larger whole. The set is going to be like about $45-50 before taxes. So go to your local Target if they're still selling these, and yeah, pick it up, or find it on the after sale, because I'm pretty sure that these things are being sold individually regardless. So with that said, thank you guys for watching. If you guys enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another figure review. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the Playmates Ultimate Titan Battle Pack Scar King with Whipslash figure, or as I'm calling it, the Final Battle variant. Basically, this is going to be one of 3 figures, well actually one of 5, sorry. This is the 3rd one I'm reviewing of, like, in a row. The Scar King figure that comes in that set. And essentially what this is a kind of like their own unique depiction of Scar King, because in the set most of them are basically based on the final battle, except for Scar King, because Scar King doesn't really change color in the movie. He doesn't really have like any sort of variant you can do, so Playmates had to get a bit creative, and we wound it up with this, which, spoilers, is ultimately my least favorite figure of the set. But with that being said, is this figure on its own good, or is it still just like how they treated him in the movie? Let's find out. So first things first is sculpt and paint, and we're gonna talk about the head here. When I said Playmates had to get creative, I mean they had to get creative. And while they did do a great job with the paint application, I don't think the actual design is like that great. So let me just look at this and say, this looks less like Scar King and more like Pennywise. And what I mean by that is, he kind of looks like a clown here. He really does. Because his face is more on the white side. I mean, you can definitely tell with like the skin color you see with the, especially like showing with the bottom jaw being more of like an eggshell white. And then we have the sides of the head, which are going to revive that signature white, and then the face paint, which is like the face war paint, tribal-esque look. And then here we have like the differences from the original figure to the actual, like this one. The eyes. The eyes on the original were blue, much like the film itself, which by the way, they like never explain why Scar King's eyes are blue. Like, come on, that would seem like an actually good plot point. Why Scar King's eyes are blue, glowing blue. But they don't explain it, whatever. Scar King's eyes are now white. Yellow. Sorry, I was looking at the white coloring when I said that. Yeah, for some reason they decided to just make them 2 yellow dots. And they decided to put magenta paint on the nose and highlight it in certain parts of the face. Like you can see like mainly on the sideburns here and bit on the ears here, like in that signature magenta type color. And it honestly looks like he just got sucker punched in the nose and now he's bleeding there, like he has a bleeding nose and such. But for the teeth, they are painted and sculpted pretty well. Like, I'm surprised at how well they do look here, because you can actually see some detail, and they are somewhat different colored compared to the rest of the face, which I'm definitely surprised about. But moving on, we have red base coloring here for the plastic as per usual, and we have like a magenta on the sides like I mentioned earlier, and then like a dry brush of yellow, which you can actually see there's a bit of a mild spray of that yellow where it like meets his hair and then his forehead. So that's actually quite a nice transition of colors. That I will give Scar King, that he's definitely one of the more colorful titans of this pack. So that's basically all I have to say about the head. Taking off the whip slash just so you can see it better. For the chest, we actually have some sprays of white, and then like this big streak of white that kind of goes on the main base figure, and then red plastic kind of backing the whole colorization, and then more magenta type coloring here and here, and it kind of going upwards a little bit. We have some more sprays of like a darker red, and then more streaks of yellow kind of going down. Kind of looks a bit uniform, doesn't really look chaotic as it should, but it does have some kind of tapering off right here, so that looks at least nice and serviceable. For the arms, which actually just to briefly just talk about the arms, we have more of like a darkened red with the magenta spray here for the armpit, and then the yellow kind of tapering down with the more orange reddish fur color. And then down here, actually we have more white there. And then white kind of goes down here where we have a very thick white spray, and then like this big paints skinned up looking red war paint. And then we have the yellow paint and red paint kind of clashing in. Actually, I think that's a magenta paint. So they're kind of clashing with each other, kind of giving it like, oh wow, hold on. That's red and magenta. That's just red. Huh, interesting. So I guess there is some kind of coherency with this figure after all. With some more yellow paint. And of course we have 2 streaks, technically 3, of that tribal paint. And then we have like a bit of mild spray of that pink paint right there. In the all white hand. Kind of looks like Mark's gloves, but hey, it's a hobby. And the fur detail itself almost makes it look like fire. Like this is almost like what Scar King could have been. This fired up ape titan, you know. And then we have nothing really going on here aside from the more of the fur. And then we have the monkey booty, which Scar King is actually kind of packing a little bit with some yellow dry brushing, which looks pretty snazzy. We have kind of going down here from where it's magenta to back to yellow, 2 big yellow streaks of yellow paint. And then we have like the more blood red accents on the insides. Moving back here where we just have more of like the standard gray, orangish color. I don't know my colors today apparently. And then right to the feet, we get the little magenta spray. It's very mild, but you can still see it, mainly on this foot. And then we have 5 toes, which are painted the white. And nothing really going on much here, aside from some general copyright info. And to pretty much give a final overview of the figure, as you can see. There you go. So basically, that is about it to cover with the sculpt and paint. It is essentially the exact same mold we've seen already with the Scar King, like twice, 3 times now with this guy. And I'll be honest, it definitely shows that Playmates is kind of running out of ideas with what to do with Scar King, unless we get like a translucent variant. I mean, knowing Playmates, that doesn't seem that far-fetched, but, you know, it could happen. But aside from, like, repaints, yeah, this seems like about it for Scar King. Unless they do, like, an all-frozen variant, which why they didn't just do that instead of this, I have no idea. But ultimately, yes, I do like what we have here. It's just, as far as, like, the appeal goes, it just doesn't make sense. Because each of the other Titans in this set have at least some sort of scene-specific or reference purpose to them. Godzilla, supercharged when he was aiming at this guy. Kong, he was holding Scar King up and then Shimo blasted him and he was all covered in snow. That's why the Kong final battle Kong showed up the way it did. And the Shimo, it's supercharged. It's firing out that signature frostbite blast. This Scar King doesn't really have like a super specific variant. Maybe this is just him all dusty, but then what's all that yellow stuff? Essentially, this is McDonald's Scar King. I'm not going to put that in the title, although that'd be kind of funny if I did. But really, I do dig the amount of paint here, but in all honesty, he just looks like a bootleg. Like, it just doesn't look that right to me. It just doesn't. But again, what we do have here is good, but again, was never really that great to begin with, so I'm kind of torn. I'm going to give Sculpt and Paints, in all honesty, a 7 out of 10. I feel like that's fair because it's not great. It's not the worst. It's at least good. You know, this is good at the very bare minimum. Next up, we're going to go over articulation, which nothing has changed, by the way. Head can go on a tight swivel, so nothing too much to write home about. Swivel hinges for the shoulders comfortably can go about up to here. Can go down that far. Can rotate pretty much a full 360. Hinge at the elbows and go down, in and out like that. And swivel. And also swivel at the wrist. And a ball joint here at the ab crunch. Yes, a ball joint here, which can go pretty much this far to this side. That part of this side, and it can go up and down, and that's just like a lot of squeaking motion. So, which funny enough, there's actually grooves inside the Scar King figure, so you can actually, when you rest it to the side, you can get a little bit more mileage out of it, and kind of make it a little bit more athletic. Like, look at how far you can bend to the side. That's kind of cool. Which, if you know the neck of 1994 Godzilla, you know exactly what I'm talking about with his neck joint. With his legs, you can go up, down, and side, side, like that. And if you aim it like this, you can go just like that. And hinge at the knees, you can go about that far in, and straighten out about that far. What I will say about the articulation, and this is not really a fault of Playmates, although they could have included a base, I would say, is that the Scar King figures do have a problem when it comes to balancing. So if your Scar King is like a very loose, floppy figure overall, you might as well just say your goodbyes to any sort of balancing skills that your Scar King figure may have. Because like I am resting this thing as straight as neutral as it can. So without stands, the articulation in a way is kind of useless unless you're really just wanting like some signature playtimes. So, but to be fair, the articulation for what we have is near perfect, I would say. The only thing that's missing are some feet swivels, but that's kind of about it. I'm gonna say articulation gets an 8.5 out of 10, personally. I do like it, and it's probably the strongest aspect of this figure. Accessories time, and what does he come with? Well, like the name implies, let's kind of move him to the side, a whip slash, which is going to be his bone whip in the film. And I've covered this thing like who knows how many times, but we'll go over it again. It is essentially a warbat skeleton or spine with the lower part of the jaw. And for the bottom jaw, it's fine. It does its job. It's very simplistic. Has a little peg hole, and it has this big rubber extension of the spine, and then the small bit, which is naturally supposed to be the crystal, but actually doesn't. He kind of carves it with the peg hole, which I feel like that could have done the crystal, like please. But to attach it, you actually have two different ways. Option number one is you can take Scar King's hand like this. I'm trying to actually make it so he doesn't fall off on me. And you're going to notice that he's kind of grasping his hand. You're just going to want to put it in like this. And yeah, he's basically, I mean, you can kind of squeeze it in there a little deeper. There you go. That's what she said. And you can kind of whip it around and do whatever you want with this thing. And it fully extended is about this long. So yeah, there you go. Decently sized whip. But if you wanted him to wear it like a sash, like he does in the film, you can also wrap it around like this. Make sure the bottom jaw is angling at a downward angle like this. If you have to, maybe swivel Scar King's head to the left, his left, and just kind of add some clearance room, squish it in, and there you go. He is wearing it like a sash. I personally prefer him wearing it like this just because it looks a bit cooler than him just grasping it. But I will say that I kind of wish there was some more paint variation with the whip slash just to help differentiate it from the actual like original action figure. So that's beside, I'm digging the Scar King with whip slash display. It's not like the coolest thing, but at the same time, I almost feel like, I don't know, something just feels missing. You know, maybe that small little object in the film that controls Shimo. Oh, I don't know, what is it, the crystal? Yeah, I feel like the crystal should have been like an added bonus to this guy, you know? But that said, it comes with it it's supposed to come with, and I'm fine with it. Although for the actual whip slash, I will say, because this is the third time we're getting this, it definitely is a bit underwhelming in some aspects, just because like this is the third time we've had this and you didn't change it from its movie counterpart. Not to mention, it's literally being held the wrong way. Yeah, in the film, he holds it by the jaw. He doesn't hold it by the crystal. He does hold up the crystal, but only when he's trying to control Shimo. So that said, yeah, I'm gonna have to say 6.5 out of 10. Honestly, it's fun to fiddle with, but really doesn't really, I don't know what to really say outside of what hasn't been said already. And for just some size comparisons, here he is with the original Scar King with whip slash I got from actually the same day I saw the movie. So a bit of nostalgia there, question mark, because it wasn't from that long ago. It was like a year ago, but maybe a year is a long time to you. Anyway, this Scar King is going to be about pretty much the same. It has the same base paint, same sculpt, same articulation, same accessory. The only difference is going to be the added on paint. And yeah, that's kind of where this figure is a bit underwhelming to me because, again, this could have been something like brand new, but instead this is essentially just the same figure with added on paint. I know that's exactly what the Kong was, but at least the Kong one had at least paint that actually was from the film, not like this. And here he is with all my other GXK figures from Playmates in the 6-inch variety that I currently own as of this recording. He's all the way back there. Right there. And yeah, also there's a NECA bootleg, but yeah. The reason I'm showing them off like this is because I don't want to take them all off one by one. So overall, what do I think of this Scar King figure? Well, here's what I'll say. It's going to be my least favorite and weakest one of the original 5-pack. And yes, I still do stand by that. The reason why is because this Scar King really fails to kind of add anything new to the table that we haven't seen at all. Godzilla brought translucent plastic, same with Shimo with a different paint scheme. Kong brought actually like a scene-specific scene from his figure, and Mothra is an entirely, technically so to speak, new figure, even though you could buy her individually. So this Scar King really just feels like Playmates was just scraping the bottom of the barrel with what they could do with a third Scar King, because again, he's a kaiju that doesn't really change color. Like, again, maybe you could have just done like an all-frozen Scar King, or maybe a Scar King that has some mild blood on him from him like getting his tooth knocked out, or something like that. But the Scar King we did get is a bit iffy in my opinion, just because it looks cool, and I think that's kind of its whole purpose, and I will admit it does kind of capture my attention, but at the same time, it looks like a bootleg to me. And in the world of Playmates, that's maybe not necessarily a good thing anymore. So for my final rating, which by the way, for the accessory, I rated the accessory anyway. For my final rating, I'm gonna rate it a 7 out of 10 overall, just because it's gonna be the weakest one of the set. It's not bad, but at the same time, I think it could have been improved. But with that said, thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed it, leave a like, double like. Go like and subscribe with an alt account to the channel. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. If you enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with another figure review. Today we're taking a look at the purple nurple herself, Shimo. Except this isn't any ordinary Shimo. This is the last of the figures that we're doing the solo reviews for from the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack. And this is the supercharged variant of Shimo with Frostbite Blast. Yes, basically this is going to be a more stylistic take of Shimo when she does her Frostbite Blast and she's all like charged up, ready to go. And yeah, we're just going to be taking a look at this. This is the third Shimo in the 6-inch scale. I know that there's more, but at the same time, I don't really feel like the other scales of Shimo really like stand out to me, aside from maybe the giant battle roars. So yeah, this actually does pretty well as far as the scale goes. So let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. So first things first is we're going to start with the sculpt and paint. And much like I've stated with the other ones before, this is going to be based on a concept version of Shimo, which fits given the scale of the figures. And yeah, this is basically just going to be a outdated design, but it's not really like totally outdated. It still looks like Shimo from the film. You can at least acknowledge that, but there are some differences that we're going to have to go over. But first, we're going to start with the head, which has the same mold we've seen like twice, this being the third time, where we have a solid white plastic used with new paint over top. So for the head, we actually have painted eyes that are kind of meant to look more like her, like all frozen over and like supercharged. I don't really get that feeling here. To me, it looks less like a supercharged eye, like Godzilla's eyes, and more like a Spider-Man or symbiote Venom type eyes. Like, this really does look like a Venom symbiote, like, took control over Shimo and is just about to, like, I don't know, take control of her. But, like, you can just see, like, how cartoonish the eye looks in retrospect, because you have the black outline kind of looks like mascara, and then like the solid white interior of the eye. Yeah, I don't really know like why Playmates decided to go this route when they couldn't easily do like a solid color for their Shimo. I mean, at least it's not just a dot, but at least a dot is got like a bit more depth than this, so it looks a little weird. It almost looks like it's not even part of a Godzilla figure, like, at all. But moving down to the nose, where we do get this nostrils that are pretty well sculpted, and then we have the ridges up here where we get more of like that purple paint that we're going to be seeing a lot throughout the figure. Opening up the mouth, which we'll talk about in posability. Don't get a whole lot of paint in here, but you do get a pink tongue and some bone white teeth on the upper part and lower part of the jaws, as well as some more purple paint as well. Going to the crown area, where instead of blue, it's actually purple. Yeah, purple, not just bluish purple, it's purple. And that's something I really commend Playmates for, that they changed the color of both Godzilla's fins and Shimo's crystal spikes, which for here, it looks amazing. I have to commend Playmates here. If there is one downside, I'll say, it's that there's a bit of a rough transition, because on the original, this whole front part was painted white, and here they just kind of leave that with the signature purple plastic that you see on the rest of the figure. And while the detail looks absolutely bonkers, like, look at that, even for a kid's toy, that looks nice. Coming down here where we do get the other kind of like rows of fins on the back, it looks very odd to have it, like, again, the same color as the body versus the more crystal-like spikes, because they are that white versus the purple. Why am I getting my colors wrong all of a sudden? And then we have like the side ridges here with the spray of purple here. And then we'll get to these top fins in just a bit, but the sides of the body, much like Godzilla, I've always kind of complained that Shimo's detail was like way too soft. And here they didn't really rectify it, but they did put like a pretty interesting spray of purple here. I say interesting because it feels weird. Like, it doesn't feel slimy, but it feels even more smooth. Like, I would expect paint like this to be like a bit more roughed up, but I guess because like it's already on a pretty smoothened out surface, it just feels this way. I don't know how to describe it. It feels off-putting to me somehow, some way. But I'm not saying it's a negative, because it does have some really nice kind of gradient look to it, because it is a spray. You do get it on there, as well as the upper parts of all four legs, here, and of course right here and here. Not so much here, but definitely quite a bit there. For the underside, pretty much just the standard segmenting of like the crescent shaped plates, and then stomach lining kind of going downward. And then for the arms themselves, they're pretty giant, I think, in the movie. I could be wrong. Don't take what I'm saying as actual fact. It's I don't really watch the movie as far as like analyzing the designs. I say, oh, that looks cool, and then I think about the designs afterward. But like, I think in the movie Shimo had 4 toes as opposed to 5, and plus they were painted. Kind of shocking that it's been 3 repaints and we still haven't gotten a painted claw on Shimo yet. Which is weird, because you could have applied some of that purple up here. Come on, Playmates, please. We also have purple inside of here. I wonder how that actually happened. But for the underside of the feet, not too much detail to work with aside from the copyright info and like little labels and all that crap. Moving down to the tail. Actually, let's go talk about the dorsal plates, which we're going to angle our camera up. Look at this. This is beautiful. Like, I mean it when I say that Playmates turned on the fryer and they cooked with this. The purple here used is very pretty, and you can really see how like it goes dark and then kind of gets lighter and lighter. That is attention to detail, and that's something I do love about this thing. And you can just see all the intricate little details on the fins, and the crystals just look amazing. And again, like I said, it's a different color to the original. It's not blue, it's purple, straight up purple. I don't want to hear anyone say violet. The only time the word violet is acceptable is talking about that Incredibles character. Anyway, for the tail, because I think it's about time we move on to the tail, it's still the same kind of short, stubby tail, not the long one we see in the film, but kind of curled in, like, and then we have like the pitchfork dagomizer, and you do get the spray, but unlike the back, the spines here are actually white. And I don't know if like this was intentional, but this is a cool color choice. I like the white to the purple. It definitely doesn't scream like it's glowing, but it looks all like really cool. And then we get to the Thagomizer, which, I mean, this is really kind of its worst part, because you painted all of this, but you didn't paint the Thagomizer. What's literally crystals here. Yes, I know these are white, but by the way, it's like this. It's on this side in the box, so good luck in box collectors. This is kind of like my least favorite part about it, is because they didn't paint the Thagomizer. Really? Come on. It's literally where the glow starts. It goes rum, 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 and then blah, here comes the set for Frozen 3. Like, that's honestly kind of the most disappointing part of it. I think that the transition here could have used maybe a bit of work, but I think the Thagomizer is really what's like holding this figure down a lot. So, again, as far as the mold at the tail, like segmenting goes, I do like it a lot, and it definitely has a lot of nice detail, especially with the fins and the folds and the skin. But as far like overall for the sculpt and paint, I'll be honest, it's definitely my favorite of the bunch as far as like the look and presentation of the figure, but that doesn't mean it's perfect. See, because like, I'll say, the eyes are a negative. I don't like the fact that there's no paint on the claws when there is on Godzilla. And the lack of paint on the Thagomizer is like a big moment. Like, why not? Also, I kind of have to just say this. I feel like the pink, why do I keep saying pink? I'm so used to the Energized Godzilla. Anyway, the purple used is great, but aside from that, really, what other paint do you have? Paint on the face? Yay, but the other one had like painted Thagomizer, so I'm gonna dock some points off that. But for sculpting paint, I think that this figure gets a fair 7.5 out of 10. I love the addition of the brand new purple dorsal plates, but again, it's just not the best it could be, not the best it could look, but at the same time, it looks great for what you get. Articulation time. So what do we have? So if you know the figure, you know exactly what we're getting into. Jaw has a big hinge, open like that and close like that. You can look up and down because the head is on a hinge, so down about that far, up about that far. Can rotate full 360 degrees, although I would be mindful of paint rubbage. Shoulders are going to go on a swivel hinge, so you can go up about that far, down about that far. Can rotate pretty much a full 360. Same with this one, up, down, full 360, just like that. For the also the paws, I'm going to call him paws because Shimo's a dog at this point. Can go up pretty much a full 360. So you can spin those around. For the hinds, they're not on hinges, but they are on swivels, so you can go back about that far, forwards about that far, and the feet can also rotate a full 360 degrees, moving this leg out of the way. And same with this leg, forward about this far, backwards about this far, and can go a full 360 degrees. And lastly, for the tail, one singular ball joint which can go up, down, left, right, and it can rotate a full 360 degrees. Just keep in mind, because it is angled at a already like done angle, it can actually, like, if you turn it this way, you can actually kind of get like swinging. Or if you want to like maybe it's maybe more lower to the side, you can do that. Or if you want it just raising straight up, then you're gonna have to twist it a little bit and go like that to give like Shimo. It kind of looks like a scorpion, honestly. Scorpion Shimo. There you go. I just predicted GXK3. Watch as all my predictions come true. I can sue Legendary for millions and make a crap ton of money. So thank you guys for all the support. Anyway, for articulation, I think Shimo again is one of the stronger figures. I would say of the bunch of the set, it's probably the third most articulated, right above Mothra and Godzilla. And honestly, I feel like Godzilla could have used something that Shimo had. Rotating hands, a swivel hinge head, and swivel hinge arms. But for articulation, I do like what we have here. Do I think the legs could have been a bit more articulated? Yeah, especially when you have these being on swivel hinges, but those on basic swivels. And plus, this Shimo can actually stand on her hinds, so let me actually demonstrate. Let's actually, it's going to look a little weird just because the figure's not really designed for it, but you can do it anyway. But moving the camera up, yes, there's Shimo. Rearing all the way up, so there's that. But that said, articulation, I mean, I don't really have any problems with it per se. It's nothing like mind-blowing, so I'm going to give it an 8 out of 10 for articulation. Nothing bad, just nothing like that's overblowing my mind, especially because like all the articulation here is actually pretty good and serviceable. Accessories time, and what do we get? A frostbite blast. Yes, as I've stated before with the Godzilla one, the Shimo one just isn't really that, it doesn't color match, but we'll talk about that in just a sec. But basically for the beam itself, it's going to be kind of more, well, obviously more icy looking. This looks like a prop for the next Frozen. Maybe this is something you peg in Elsa's hand and like, there you go, I'm Elsa now. Huzzah. Anyway, yeah, so you have a bit of like frost here for the impact out of the mouth, and then like this big peg, and then a very short beam. I never liked how short the Playmates beams are. I kind of wish they were maybe like up to here in terms of length. I get it, they're kids figures, but please, kids need better effect parts. Anyway, for the impact base, or where it's gonna hit, that's gonna what it's look like. Very diamond-esque, almost crystal-like in display. And it's going to be a light blue color. If you have the Heat Ray Godzilla from 2021, or technically 2020, because it came out before the movie did, you know what color it is. It's not an exact match, but it's similar enough. So basically, what you want to do is you want to open Shimo's mouth reasonably. There's going to be a peg hole right at the top of her mouth. And then you're going to just want to slide that peg into there. And then close the mouth accordingly like this. And there you go. You have Shimo breathing her frostbite blast. It doesn't really look that imposing. That's the thing here. Because yes, it does look cool when she's shooting it out, but when she's all charged up like this, I kind of expect her to have a bit more of a bigger breath attack than this. But at the same time, you know, I do suppose that if they did try and do a bigger beam, it would droop down easily. So maybe that's why, but, you know, at the same time, that doesn't stop the beam from drooping anyway. Original Shimo, cough, cough, cough. Anyway, For the beam, yes, it's the exact same thing we've gotten like twice already. There's nothing different about it. In fact, I think I almost confused it. If it wasn't for the fact that my original Shimo's beam would droop down over time, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you which one's which, because they're just that close to each other. I actually have to sometimes look at the accessories defects just to see which one is different. And in this case, it's practically nothing. I keep my other Shimo at the top shelf, while this one at the second top shelf. So that said, it's kind of underwhelming, but at the same time, I understand why they included it. So 6.5 out of 10 for me. It looks cool enough to get the job done and suffice as a beam effect, but at the same time, I feel like they could have done more with for essentially a supercharged Shimo. And for a brief comparison, here she is with the other Shimo of the 6-inch line that I have. I'm not taking down the other one from the 2-pack. This is the original release Shimo with Frostbite Blast. So like I previously stated, the differences are going to be primarily in the color scheme. And as we can see here with the frills, it's blue on purple. And like I said, this part's actually painted yellow. It's painted white. It's not yellow, stupid. And this one is painted, or well, not really painted at all. It's just straight up purple. Also, what I was talking about with the eyes, where this one's just a dot. This one is actually like more of a detailed eye. And this one actually bothered to paint the damn Thagomizer while the other one didn't. So as far as like which Shimo I personally prefer, I would actually still say I do prefer the repaint over this original one. But at the same time, there really is like a lot to talk about here, and I'm surprised as well of how well this Shimo did come out. Which, by the way, as far as the droopiness, I can kind of see like my Shimo's been drooping down. It's my fault, yes, 100%, but you know, just a little disclaimer, I suppose. And here she is rocking with all of my other GXK figures of the 6-inch and 7-inch variety, not counting those repaints because they're actually up here, with all the Playmates stuff, plus the bootleg New Empire mechagodzilla. By the way, the Shimo's right back here, so she fits quite and well. So overall, what do I think of this figure? I think that this Shimo figure is definitely going to be the strongest Shimo of the 3 Playmates is released in the 6-inch scale, primarily because of its color, and it basically comes with like part of a larger whole. But with that said, I do think that there are a bit of drawbacks. The accessory has been reused for like the billionth time. There are certain parts of the figure where I feel like there could be more paint, or paint has been improved. And I do think like the more they reuse this sculpt, the older it's going to get. But that said, I think that the paint here is at an all-time high, minus the Thagomizer and the claws. And I do also think the articulation is really nice for what you get. And what's a part of a $45, $50 set, that's really well done. And as far as like my personal ranking of the set itself goes, my opinion hasn't really changed, unless I can't really remember my opinion. But basically, how I'd rank it is from best to worst: Godzilla Evolved with Heat Ray, the supercharged variant, and then the supercharged Shimo, Mothra with Gia, Kong with Battle Axe with Heathen Beast Glove, and the Scar King with Whip Slash. So that said, overall, I'm gonna have to give this figure a solid 7.5 out of 10. Not the worst thing I've seen in the world, not far from it. In fact, it's actually quite pleasant to just look at. But I think at the same time, it could have been improved a little bit. Maybe you just needed a bit more of what Godzilla had and just went nuts with the paint. But with that said, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed this like little return to form review era of like these 4 GXK figures I've reviewed over the past few days, thank you guys for watching, and leave a like, and you know, start enjoying the weather. It's supposed to get warmer. It's supposed to get a little hotter, of course. Ironic because we just reviewed a very ice cold Titan, so maybe pull out your Shimo figures and head to your local Dairy Queen, I guess. Or whatever sells ice cream, I don't know. Anyways, I'm dragging the video out. Peace out, everyone. Thank you for watching. Peace out. If you guys enjoyed this video, remember to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. With that being said, hello everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with another figure review. Man, does it feel nice to be back. After a week and a half away from my setup, I'm actually here again. So over the past week, I was at some family members. Will not be disclosing, personal stuff. But in a turnaround, I did get a few figures. This and the ferocious Kong from Kong Skull Island, both from Playmates. And I just got this guy, which is the Battle Roar Godzilla Evolved. Now initially I was a bit hesitant to get this figure, but because I don't really have the best history with the Battle Roar line, but as it would seem, the Battle Roar Kong from the New Empire really changed my mind about the Battle Roar line. And as a result, I decided, you know what, maybe it's not so bad after all. Maybe the first time was just kind of a fluke. Maybe now they're actually pretty good. So with that said, we finally have the second Godzilla to come out of this line with the Godzilla Evolved. So with that said, does this thing fix the problems of the previously criticized and ranked, I think, like fourth or third worst of my least favorite Godzilla figures in my collection? Or is this thing just as crappy as that? Let's find out. Now first things first is sculpt and paint, and like I've said many times before, this is going to be another scale within Playmates' ever-growing line of MonsterVerse Godzilla products. And like I've made mention, they've done several different scales: 6-inch, 2-inch, 3-inch, 13-inch, 11-inch, 24-inch, which, by the way, I want to quickly address. The reason why you don't see the Titan Godzilla is because that actually broke. Yeah, just a quick story. My cat's broke its leg, so he's gonna have to be either replaced or be put on repairs. I'm planning to do something with it, so you're gonna see that in a separate video upcoming. But with that said, don't worry. I'm still getting the Kong and I'm still getting the Godzilla. It's just gonna take a lot longer. You know, these delays happen. Anyway, back to the Battle Roar. The Battle Roar Godzilla features the same mold we've seen who knows how many times, counting the Giant, the Titan Evolved, the 6-inch, all of its repaints, the mega figure. It's essentially the same sculpt based on the concept from the film, which features inaccurate and outdated colors and an outdated design. So that said, it's not going to look completely one-to-one with the movie. That said, however, the figure in execution is actually pretty decent. The head sculpt, major improvement here. While the paint itself necessarily doesn't look like that great, the eyes actually do look really nice, and I love the way that they're actually applied this time. Teeth, not so much. They're still very much goopy and look very to put it simply, although the inside of the mouth detail does look at least fairly basic and nice. And also, by the way, the eyes are orange and black pupils, in case if you want to know, even though you probably haven't seen it. But the mouth paint actually took a bit of an upgrade because there's actually gum paint and tongue paint. That is something Playmates didn't need to do. If they just did like all pink, I would have not complained. But they actually went the extra mile and painted both separately. Thank you, Playmates. Continue doing this. Anyway, for the top portion of the head itself, it's going to be made up of more soft, malleable plastic, and you can pretty much see where the transition between the hard plastic and the soft plastic is, and the soft plastic is going to be a lot more detailed, with it being the lower jaw and the upper half of the head. So with it being more down here where we get the seam line, and of course the seam line, all this is going to be more of the standard bluish green plastic you see throughout the rest of the figure, and it's actually kind of similar to what you see on the giant Godzilla. That said, the details here are a bit flat. There's barely any detail right up here, but where there are gills and like the neck seams, it kind of transitions to where it's definitely there, but it's not as apparent as it should be. And then you have like the ridges back here along the neck, which are pretty well visible. You have a little bit of like a spray here, and then kind of goes down to the chest, and then we have two plugged in screw holes. This is what I've been looking for. Weird how they didn't fill in Kong screw holes, but they do for Godzilla's. I guess because like that's the bare chest. So maybe that's part of the reason why. Also, they got rid of that stupid dry brushing, which is just caked on the original, which is why, but one of the reasons I didn't like it. So instead, you just get the more better, I would actually say, executed detail, because this is proof that less is more, and vice versa for the original. Which actually, by the way, the detail here is actually pretty solid. It's not the best thing in the world, it's just pretty good. Even on the button, which we're going to address now, does look seamless when you look at it this way. Well, minus the actual seam. However, I do take issue with the button itself being a more bulged out of the body. I feel like if it was a bit more flushed, and then if you press it, it goes into it and then springs back to its original, like, seamless look. I think that would have been better, but instead it looks like this big overextension of the body. Anyways, moving down to the arms. Interior, we're going to have the spray, which of course is going to be as per usual with the olive green, a little scuffed up, but that's probably not from me. The elbow spikes, they actually fixed it, and it's not like the stupid little shillelagh arm spikes that were used on different models of this figure. This actually looks like the movie design, and actually is a bit of an upgrade. And it's painted unlike the 6-inch figure, which why they can paint this but not the 6-inch is beyond me. But we do have some really nice details when it comes to the overall, like, scaling, so it looks really nice. And even on this side too. Claws are still painted that basic olive green, nothing too spectacular, but the inside of the arms do look nice. Moving on down to the chest back here, we do get like that spray of it, which by the way I forgot to mention, the whole like hard plastic is kind of like infused with glitter, which like I said on the giant really kind of bribes me in a way to say that it actually looks good. But of course we have the speaker holes and the screw holes that are also plugged up, and you know, it's not as bad as it looks in person. Well, as it does on camera, I should probably say, because it's, you know, flashed. You don't really have a flashlight to your Godzillas unless it's the mega figure, where it's a literal flashlight. But, you know, we have like, I'm not even going to attempt to count that. But it does continue the spray at least, which is a bit more mild, I'll say. I kind of wish it was a bit more thicker, like this color. So that's a bit of a negative, if you will. For the battery compartment, which is going to be separately screwed on, you can see the screws in there, which by the way are packaged with the figure already like in there, so you don't need to worry about that. For the legs interior, they have the spray, which is going to continue. It's more thicker on the limbs apply wise than it is on the main body. But for the legs, they actually do feature some very nice detail and are still stuck in that weird foot pose where like one foot's more pointing backward and the other one's more pointing forward, but it does still look decent. And actually no, it doesn't look decent, it looks really nice, especially for a Playmates figure. Mine did kind of get a little bit of like paint access right there. It almost looks like he has an extra claw, but as you can tell, the paint application is kind of more on the basic side when it comes to the beat. And I also don't like the sudden stop when it comes to the spray to the foot. I feel like you'd either continue the spray or just stop it right there. So that's a bit of a negative-ish. For the bottom of the feet, you get like a do not throw out symbol and copyright trim or Toho. Why would you even want to throw a Godzilla figure out? Resell it, man. Give your Godzilla figure a new home. Anyway, for the spines, which are actually pretty well molded, they are very well done. I love the fact that there's just not like a bad transition on the head, and it actually goes down to the where it meets the tail, all translucent gummy plastic. So this is actually all pretty malleable, which is just to give you guys a little bit more of a better look. They honestly really look more like leaves this go around. So Playmates definitely did something with the design, because in the movie it looked more like more just jagged spines than anything else. Didn't really look like anything else. But moving down to the tail, which by the way segmenting still continues, the whole tail is going to be molded upwards, unlike the original where it was elongated, thickened out, and looked stupid. This looks proportionally accurate to Godzilla Evolved. Maybe a little bit shorter than it should be, but still looks leagues better than what came before. The red is actually done, again, like pretty vibrantly, so you still have that issue, but the whole tail is done very well. I love the detail work we have on this because it's all made of the softer plastic. It looks rather flush and it looks really well detailed. I think there's like I saw like a seam line somewhere on the tail, if I remember correctly. Maybe that's, oh no, it's right here. So yeah, there's going to be a seam line right there, but only the middle row and in like on the interior sides of the outer fins are going to be painted. And then you get to the Thagomizer, which I'm just going to say it is my favorite Thagomizer on the Playmates figure. Yeah, you heard that right. So definitely done the best, I would say, as far as the design goes. And even like here, there's not too much overbleedage. You get some on the tip of the tail, but like that's really nitpicking. And underneath it, you get all that nice segmenting with the olive green spray, which looks really good. So that's sculpt and paint. As for like the position, unlike the other ones, it actually looks up, and I think the only one that does this is the Mega figure, which I mean to be expected does that. But unlike the original Battle Roar Godzilla, it doesn't look straight up, and it's just a 6-inch figure just looking up. This is actually a 7-inch figure, which, thank you, Playmates. You listened to the criticism, at least hopefully from just my video. That said, I do have some negatives to point out, because again, I don't really like how the teeth are done, and I don't really like the button way that's done. And I definitely think the transition here and here is a bit iffy, but aside from those, I can say with certainty that this is, in my personal opinion, my favorite done Battle Roar figure as far as the sculpt and paint goes. Is it perfect? No. No Playmates figure is ever going to be perfect. That said, it's still really good, and I still like the look of it. So, sculpt and paint, I'm going to say gets an 8 out of 10. Not bad, not super, super great. It's pretty damn good. Very close to great. So, Playmate standards, 8 out of 10. Next is articulation. Now, because the Battle Roar feature is here, the jaw does technically move on a hinge, but it's on a hinge, or spring-loaded. You can also kind of pull it out a little bit. I would not advise you to, but it's spring-loaded, so it goes right back in place. But for the stuff that is supposed to move, you get an arm rotation, which goes about back there, down about that far. Can't go out to the side. This one, because the arms are basically symmetrical, have the same amount of posability and the same pose. This leg can go up about that far, backwards about that far, and the foot can rotate pretty much all the way around. And this foot, rotate about that far, backwards about that far, rotate all the way around, and for the tail, has a singular, big, meaty ball joint that can rotate just like that. However, do keep in mind that the figure was designed to be in a very specific stance, and mainly this stance. But unlike the original Battle Roar Godzilla, which I'm going to be mentioning a lot, as you can tell, this one can actually pull off some mildly different poses. You can have him like laying on the ground like this. You can actually have him like running like maybe towards Kong like that. You can have his arms like getting ready to tackle, or maybe he's out here trying to like reach something. It's really down to you. So for articulation, again, it's not perfect. It's definitely an upgrade from what came before. That's ultimately why I bought this. So for articulation, I'm gonna actually have to give this thing a 7 out of 10. The reason why I'm gonna like dock a few points is just because I feel like the arms could have moved and the legs could have moved more. And come on, give Godzilla some arm swivels, man. Or sorry, hand swivels. I think the only I don't even think like any of the Playmates Godzilla Evolves even have arm swivels. Hand swivels, sorry, hand swivels. So, there you go. Accessories time. And sadly, this guy does not come with anything except for the Battle Roar gimmick. Yes, so if you press this button, listen to that speaker, there's going to be 2 sound effects. The first one's going to be his charge up beam effect. And the next one's going to be a standard roar. Now, unfortunately, my roar, for some reason, cuts off. Sometimes it, like, plays the whole thing. Other times it doesn't, which is, like, weird. Like, I didn't do anything to batteries. It's been doing that since I got it. And I don't know. I didn't break it. I didn't do anything. Like, the beam sound effect works, but the roar, for some reason, gets cut off in, like, certain sections. It's always just... and then cuts off. Doesn't even do like so take that for what you will. But as for the Battle Roar feature, it's loud. It doesn't have like a control volume thing. It's already set it to like a certain option. But for what I have to personally say, they sound good. when they do work. So because it's my copy and because the roar itself doesn't tend to work from time to time, I am gonna have to dock a few points off of it. So I'm gonna say cool sound effects, really great quality. It doesn't really sound that fuzzy, even though you can't really make anything not sound fuzzy on a kid's toy. So I'm gonna say 7.5. Again, kind of docks the point because of the battle roar feature, but that's really only it. And for some brief size comparisons, here he is with the Battle Roar Kong from GXK and the Ferocious Kong from Skull Island. And this is going to be my only size comparison just for now because a lot of my figures are packed away and I really don't want to spend the time to like just take them off because I'm kind of in a rush to make this review, but I still want to be as informative as possible. So this guy, I also want to make a brief correction. In the video, I suggested that this guy was going to be the same mold, just with a different head sculpt. That's not true. This guy is an entirely different mold, just put in the same pose. So just a little bit of a correction. So that said, his review's up next, and I'll be doing a much more in-depth comparison between this guy and his other rivals and competitors, or whatever the size Godzilla evolves later down the pipeline. So overall, what do I think of this figure? I think that the Battle Roar Godzilla Evolved is actually a very, very good figure. Is it perfect? No, not by a long shot. Is it a very cool kid's toy, one that your kid is going to absolutely dig? Yes. Why? Because this Godzilla makes sound. Who wouldn't want that? The only thing that it could have used is some light up. And again, you got the 13-inch, which is basically in the same pose, just a larger version of this guy. But that said, on this guy's own accords, he's a great figure. I wouldn't say he's the end-em-all, be-em-all Playmates GXK figure, because that would technically go to the Titan Godzilla. I mean, come on, that thing is like 2 feet tall. But that said, on this guy's own accords, once again, he's very much an improvement. I would vastly prefer him over the GVK variant any day of the week. It's so embarrassing to me that Playmates is still reissuing that figure in just its new packaging and just like not even updating it. Like, that's honestly, in my personal opinion, one of their worst figures ever. But this figure drastically improved it. So am I going to be getting the rest of the line? Yes. Just the ones they have now: Star King, Shimo, Mechagodzilla, and maybe that previously iteration of Kong. Then again, I own this Kong, so why wouldn't I want to get them? Anyway, so to review the rankings, Sculpt and Paint gets an 8, Articulation gets a 7 out of 10. Yeah, I'm going to say 7 out of 10. I may have said 7.5, but I'm going to stick with 7. And the Gimmick gets a 7.5. So overall, all three of them, this figure gets a 7.5 out of 10. A vastly needed improvement, and I do recommend this for anyone who's just looking for a Godzilla figure that makes sound and has some extra money to spend. It's 20 bucks at, no, it's actually 15 bucks, forgive me. It's 15 bucks at Target and Walmart, and they're still reissuing these guys. What can go wrong? Maybe some light up features. Anyway, that said, thank you guys for watching this video. If you guys enjoyed it, make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel. I'm going to be cranking out more Godzilla Kong videos, more videos of all the other subjects I do on the channel. Some more videos are going to be coming tomorrow and for weeks to come, hopefully. So that said, thank you guys for watching, and I'll see you guys next time. Enjoy your summers, and let's kick this summer off with a bang, huh? Peace out, everyone. I'm just dragging out the video. Just when we thought Playmates were done with the Godzilla Kong, the New Empire, Godzilla and Kong sculpts, little did we know that something different would later arrive. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're back with the next edition of the Playmates Monsterverse line that I'm personally collecting. Today we are reviewing the Real Feel Kong with Beast Glove, or just the Real Feel Kong. This is going to be a different take on the Playmates Kong, which basically, if you don't know, the previous Kong figures were just repaints of the same base mold. You know, they had the Beast Glove, the open mouth head sculpt. One of them had no Beast Glove and just the battle axe with the closed mouth head sculpt, and they were all pretty fun. This figure is a bit different in that it is entirely flocked. What I mean by that is, if you don't know what flocked means, basically, flocked is like a felt, sort of like softer material to go on your action figures, and this is like Playmates' own attempt at that, where they took the Kong with battle axe or beast glove sculpt and they changed a bit of things and made it all flocked. So this is essentially their first ever flocked figure in the line. But does that mean it's a good figure? Does the real feel line really like live up to the name? Like, does it actually feel lifelike? Spoilers, not really, but it does kind of like give a more realistic feel. So with that said, let's go ahead and take a look at the figure. So for starters, this might come as a shock to you guys, but there's actually no accessories. Yeah, this is the first Kong figure in the line that actually doesn't come with an accessory as far as like the basic 6-inch Monsterverse variety. I guess technically, so to speak, this would be second if you were to count the Kong Skull Island, but that's been like rebranded a Classic Kong, which I find really weird because Kong Skull Island was a long time ago, being like 7-8 years ago now, as of 2025, but would it be really considered a classic compared to something like the 33 film, the 62 film, etc., etc.? Yeah, that's a whole other can of worms, but essentially, this is going to be, again, all flocked, so most of it is actually going to be more felt / material, but there are still some hard parts to the figure. For the head sculpt, it's actually a modified version of the Kong Battle Axe head sculpt, just with different materials used. And what I mean by this is, the Battle Axe Kong from the New Empire had a closed mouth head sculpt with a snaggletooth. This one carries that tradition here. So for the eyes, they're actually painted pretty well, having black dots with orange eyes that are actually applied pretty well. For the plastic here used, we do have quite a bit of it, kind of just mainly on like the front part here, which it's actually a bit shiny-esque. Like there's actually some like shine to it. And I do find that pretty well done. But for the detail work, we actually do have some pretty nice eyebrows here. For the nostrils, they are dug in pretty deep for like the skin, where it's like giving off that very pissed off expression, obviously, because some parts of the skin are like being compressed when you're like moving your facial muscles to like give off this expression. And for the teeth, of course, you have the one snaggletooth, along with all the little bits of teeth in there. And again, it just looks very mean. He just looks like he's about to pound somebody right in the face. Which we'll talk about the articulation, because I do have something of note with that. But for the actual transition here, it's not necessarily like the best. I mean, then again, it's really hard to like go from solid plastic to felt. But as for the felt, I will say that I'm not like 100% sold on the color. I think a more brownish color, again, would have been literally like the sweet spot with this thing. For the ears, which they are actually there, they are sculpted or at least molded pretty well, and I am shocked that they are here. Though I probably would have preferred if they were like little pieces of plastic as opposed to being fur, because they are furless. But here we can actually kind of get a bit more of a actual beard with Kong, huh? And as for the felt material, it is actually very, very shiny. There is no film or camera tricks with here, folks. It is actually shiny glitter, although you might be seeing a lot of like fuzz because I actually have a bit of cats. So even though I'm recording this the day I actually got this, so I just kind of want to knock this review out because I'm pretty excited to review these anyway. But for the fur detail here, we do get a bit of it. It's going to be a lot more kind of clumped over thanks to the fur. But of course, this is where like the jawline would be and like the beard, so on and so forth. So it looks very big, very beefy. For the only other piece of skin, well, aside from the hands and legs, feet I mean, on the figure, we're going to have the chest, which the pecs start here and then end right here. And we got like all like pecs like that's a 6-8 pack. And then we have the scarring, which again, still not a fan of the way they just painted. I mean, it's painted pretty good, but I wish it was like more sculpted in, especially because like this whole thing is made of plastic. So maybe they could have done something with that. But again, for the detail work for the fur, you do get a fair amount of it. There's actually still the belly button, which is again surprising that it's here because you think little tiny intricate details like the belly button wouldn't make an appearance, but here we are. Just to kind of like give an overview, there's a ton of fur details and a lot of actual fur for my cats, so maybe this thing will eventually become covered in fur, just not Kong's fur. For the back side, there is going to be bolt holes, which again, to my knowledge, this is the only 6-inch Godzilla or Kong figure from the line that actually has the screw holes. So just to let you know, I feel like they could maybe cap that off. I mean, please. Even though it doesn't bother me. Grew up with toys with screw holes. Don't know how many times I'm going to say that. Anyway, so yeah, for the fur detail, the shoulder blades here are actually pretty well done. Like all the intricate little fur details, and then you kind of wave down. And then you have like the mid-torso, and then you have the booty cheeks. Not so much cake this time around, but that's to be expected. So for this arm, this is all going to be entirely one sculpt, as we're going to talk about later with the articulation, but as a result of that, you do get a fair amount of that fur detail making a return. It's going to be a lot of overlappage, looks very nice, very detailed, and again, very shiny, which I do have to applaud Playmates for, even though I think that's kind of standard with flocked material. Something I'm not very much of a fan of is going to be the line here, and you might wonder what that's from. That's from the packaging. Yeah, whatever I forget what it was made of, like some sort of like little tiny rope elasticized material. That eventually kind of tightened around the arm, and I have no idea how to get this off because it was probably like this stuck in transit when I ordered this. So yeah, unfortunately, that's that. Rip. So for the palms, I don't know why I struggled to say palms. We actually do get a bit of more like the skin material here, which it is actually very detailed. The fist is going to be slightly open to like grasp something, even though he doesn't come with anything, which I do find a bit of a bummer. Like no heave, no battle axe. This would have been a good time to give him the battle axe, because at this point the movie was long released, so he would have had the axe with the beast glove at that point. So like, please. But we do have the individually sculpted fingers, which are going to be actually pretty well detailed. It's honestly kind of weird how the fingernails here look very well done, and then this index finger one just doesn't look that great. And then the thumb one kind of follows that. I don't know what's with that. I don't know. Clearly they had a different sculptor on that. But the palm as well does look pretty well done. And going to the beast glove arm, which we'll talk about the beast glove here. This whole section, like this whole front side or this outer side of it, is going to be painted just like the original and is going to be made of a hard plastic. Not bad, honestly. We have the bolts and like the hinge here. Then we have HT42, VT61. I still have no idea what that means, if that's a reference to something, or that's just a bunch of mumbo jumbo that Monarch put up, or Legendary, whatever the hell. So yeah, you have the golden yellow and then the silver linings making a return. And then of course, I will say I kind of wish the beast glove was made of like a harder material, because even though it is made of a pretty hard material as it already is, I kind of feel like this would have been a really nice time to get like a die cast or some form of like metal-esque material in here, because if you're going to go real feel on this guy and include the beast glove, couldn't have that maybe been the way? Also, the skin underneath is also going to be colorized and pretty much features the exact same detail, even down to that crappy index fingernail. But of course you have the strap. And here's where the figure really kind of fails at the real feel. You see that? That is going to be the straps on the beast glove literally flocked with the fur. That is not very good, in my personal opinion. I get it. It's a kid's toy, but seriously? They didn't even try with the underarm. Like, they could have at least given it, like, a more leathery or, like, different texture to the rest of the body. But because it's the same color and the same material, it's obviously clear that they completely ignored it, forgot it, or just what didn't really even bother. And even there's another hinge here, which is, if I remember correctly, wasn't painted on the other Kong with beast gloves, but still should have been painted here. Also, there's another strap up here, which is also supposed to be painted yellow, but isn't here for some reason. So that really, sucks. And that's the low point of the figure, in my personal opinion. But what does kind of get redeemed are going to be the legs. Legs are going to feature the same fur fuzzy detail as per usual. They look great, very shiny, very glossy and glittery. A lot of stuff and gunk. My gosh. Again, cats just go nuts. So as you can see, a lot of more fur detail, textures, and of course we get to the bottom of the feet, which honestly kind of remind me more of Donkey Kong's feet than King Kong's feet. Funny, Kong and Kong. Anyway, so for the detail here, you can see the skin kind of overlaps. It looks a little bit odd. Almost looks like he's wearing some sort of shoes. I mean, that's kind of like a headcanon of mine now, so can't take that away. The feet are actually done pretty okayish, and are made of a pretty nice plastic. Like, I do like how structurally sound it feels. So that is just a little bit more look at the copyright info, a little bit of the folds in the skin, and of course the nails. Copyright info there, and there. All right, so for one last look, we're gonna have side profile, back profile, underneath facing upward, this side, from above, and of course, the front. So, for the Kong with Beast Glove Real Feel Sculpt and Paint, it's a very interesting case. The sculpt itself isn't necessarily like there because it is going to be flocked over, and there are some parts that are kind of changed from the original figure, but I still dig it. This is honestly, like, presentation wise, probably going to be my second favorite. I still think I prefer the sculpt and detail work of the original, and then all the other figures just kind of like borrow off of it, which just really just lessens the experience for me. But this one actually bothers to do something different with it, aside from just giving it new paint, calling it a new day. It gives it a whole new identity by giving it a flocked material. That said, I think the flocked material does have mixed results, as we'll talk about towards the end of this video. But as you can tell with the Beast Glove arm and the straps, it's obviously clear that the Beast Glove itself was not a necessary addition, because that part just honestly doesn't feel right to me. Because if you're going to try and make the whole figure feel lifelike or some sort of real feel type gimmick, the Beast Glove should have been more of a metal or metallic feeling material, in my personal opinion. Even if you were to happen to jack up the price to maybe $15 to pay off that material, I wouldn't feel upset with that, like, honestly. But in my personal opinion, the Beast Glove is going to be the weakest part of the figure, though it does add some necessary color. And I'm not very much of a fan of the colorization of the Kong's fur here, because it should have been much more of a brown than a black. This is still works. So for sculpt and paint, I'm thinking 7.5. Maybe I can kind of wedge that up to an 8. I'm going to say 7.7, actually. There you go. That's a bit of a different score. Yeah, pretty good, huh? So yeah, 7.7 out of 10. Next up is articulation. And, well, you remember I was saying during the sculpt and paint there was something that I had to mention about the articulation? Well, this is going to be about it. For the articulation, we have a swivel here at the head, which we can go a full 360 with. For the shoulders, we have a swivel here at the, shoulder, like that on both sides. So let's just do a bit of a glide there. And for the hips, we also have a 360 here. So for like the actual articulation here, we only have those 5 points. Yeah, so basically because of the flocked material, Playmates decided to can out the swivel hinges here, the swivel hinges here, the swivel here, the swivel hinges here, and the hinges here. And just completely make this like 5 points of swivels. So really this is a 5-point XL figure at that point, Mexico. But there's a glaring issue. That it's not the fact that they removed the articulation. It's the way that the flocked feature and articulation mesh together. Here's what I mean. Let's go back to the shoulder. Ready? See that? See that little worm? That is the flocked material grinding up against itself and shearing off. Yeah, if you're wondering what's happening here, basically, you know whenever you get your hands a bit dirty and you go like that, and these like little clumps start like falling off of like all the dust and lint? That's almost like what this is doing, except it's doing to its own flocked material. Yeah, so the more you like spin it, I mean, I can literally always get a new one. If I ever like ruin it, the more that's gonna come off. Like, look at this. This is at least like the 5th or 6th one that's like pulled off from that one arm socket alone. And keep in mind, you might say, oh, well, the quality is like this because it's a kid's toy. That's the precise problem. These kids are going to be playing with this. They're going to want to turn the articulation. They're going to say, oh, Kong has articulation. I'm going to move it. And then boom, that thing is just going to wear down quickly. Like, I don't think Playmates really thought that through. Another place that I think did that, oh yeah, absolutely did, was the head. See that? On Kong's head? Straight from the socket. So the articulation here was obviously not, well, the flocked material mixed in with the articulation was obviously not well thought out. And I will admit that personally, maybe that's a nitpick, but again, it's going to wear down over time. It's going to start grading itself down to nothing, specifically in the sockets. So Playmates really kind of screwed up the articulation here. And plus, it's not very posable to begin with. Even though this figure is not really meant for the articulation, it's more of like a novelty for the feel. So for the articulation, because it kind of grinds itself and there's not really a whole lot of it, I'm going to have to give it a 4.5 out of 10 for articulation. I know, a bit on the more lower end, but still, in retrospect, I think it could have been at least executed a little better. Just keep the 5 points, sure, whatever. But at least stop the grinding, because I just got this, and it's already destroying itself. So for some size comparisons, here he is with some other GXK Kongs. With the Kong Battle Axe, as you can see, they share the same head sculpt. And the original release Kong with Battle Axe, or Beast Glove, I mean. And, well, yeah. It was kind of what I was talking about with the colorization, how this one's a lot more darker than these ones are. But I think I overall prefer, like, the actual execution of the details of this guy compared to something like the other Kongs. But that said, I still think when it comes to like being an action figure, the Beast Glove Kong is going to be my personal favorite. And because I had proposed the idea earlier, let's see, can I actually fit it in? I'm confident it can. I haven't like actually done this yet, so you know what? I'm not going to risk it right now, but I think I can actually just squeeze it into this hand because this one's a lot more like structurally sound. There we go. So it's the wrong hand technically, but he can hold the axe, just in the opposite hand. And here he is with his counterparts in the movie, Scar King and Shimo. And as of this recording, there's no real feel Scar King or Shimo, but listen, Playmates. If you plan to do it for like the real feel Scar King and Shimo, specifically Shimo, do what Jada Toys did with their little keychain and make it metallic, like frosted. Like the colorization, you go back to my original video on that, it looks beautiful. Here he is with some other Godzilla and Kong figures branded of the NECA variety with the NECA Godzilla 2014 and the NECA King Kong original standard release. And finally, here he is with the real feel Godzilla And I think that these two really work well together. As far as like being purchased, you gotta buy both of them together. There's like no discussion about it, in my personal opinion at least. And finally, before I actually forget, here is with Funko's flocked Kong, the only other flocked King Kong figure I have. And I actually had to go out through my closet to the bottom of it and fish this guy out. So please subscribe. Anyways, they're quite similar in a lot of ways because they're both flocked in the same areas and not flocked in different areas. Well, I mean, like, I should probably repeat that. They're both flocked in the same areas and not flocked in the same areas. The only real difference as parts to like where they're flocked and where they're not is going to be the ears, because Funko's did not flock their ears while Playmates did. As for which I think actually pulled off the flocked feature better, I'm going to actually have to say Funko did. Because of its colorization and because, well, I've had this thing for a few years and just the time period I had it from is a bit nostalgic. And I just overall love the flocked feature on this guy a lot more than the Playmates version. The Playmates version is soft, but because it's a harder plastic underneath, it just doesn't feel as smooth as it could be versus the Funko version. Like, the Funko version is a lot more soft and just feels a lot better to hold versus the Playmates version where, again, it kind of gets negated from the flocked feature as a whole. And so overall, what do I think of the Real Feel Kong? My final thoughts. It's an interesting figure. Bottom line, I think like the overall aesthetic of this thing being more flocked than anything else was a good idea on paper, but I really feel like Playmates really needs to kind of like go back to the drawing board on a few aspects. Because let me be like 100% real here. The flocked feature within itself, as far as the details concerned, pretty much great. I love it. The actual like colorization of it, not very much, because I think I would have preferred something more like the Funkos, because I just overall prefer the Funko flocked versus this one. And I think that things like the Beast Glove here should have been a different color and not just literally just the same thing, because that comes across as lazy, even for the price point. And especially as we're going to see with Godzilla, which I'm just going to come out and say, I honestly prefer the flocked Godzilla over the, flocked, it's not furry, the Real Feel Godzilla towards the Real Feel Kong. I do like this figure at the very least. He has a different head sculpt than that of the original Kong with Beast Glove, but the Beast Glove itself really shouldn't be in this one. I feel like they should have just stripped him down of his Beast Glove, just gave him the axe, and made him a flocked variant. At the same time, however, the articulation does kind of get in the way of the flocked material, and as a result, you do get those bits where they start shredding away. And that's not going to be very good long term. So, considering the fact that this is a newer figure, relatively, a few months old, I definitely think that this figure does have a long way to go before it really starts shredding away. But who knows? Maybe someone's 2-3-year-old kid has probably hosed this thing down and just completely ruined it. But anyways, per my personal recommendation, I feel like if you like a gimmicky figure or you just want like a fuzzy figure, like you're a fan of flocked figures for some reason, and you don't have pets, this is actually not a bad way to go. And I do think that it has its own audience. That said, I think the figure overall could have been done a lot better. And I was pretty excited for this, but I kind of can't help but feel a little let down in some aspects. So am I saying this figure overall is a letdown? A little bit. So as for my final rating, I'm going to rate the Real Feel Kong a 6.5 out of 10 as far as like the actual critical rating. So with that said, that's all I've got for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and I will see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone. Godzilla has evolved again for the 4th time. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the next entry in Playmates' Godzilla Kong the New Empire line, now branded as the MonsterVerse line, particularly the next one we're going to be taking a look at today, the Godzilla Evolved Real Feel version. So this is the 4th time, count them, 4 times, the original 2-pack, the big like 5-pack Ultimate Titan Battle Pack, there you go, and now the Real Feel Godzilla. So, being the 4th variant of the Godzilla Evolved sculpt, there's a lot that I'll have to say, but also not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But this is going to be a different review because the whole point of this figure is to feel lifelike, which we already did the Kong, which, spoilers for that video, I didn't really think it was that great of a figure. I thought the overall execution of it was a bit on the downside. I mean, I want to like it, I do like it, but there's a lot of aspects to it I feel like are holding it back from being the best figure it could possibly be. However, the Godzilla Evolved here does have a bit to live up to, given the fact that it needs to justify its own existence. So with that said, does this Godzilla really justify its own existence, or is it just, yeah, another milked sculpt? Let's find out. So, yeah, sculpt and paint. Not really a whole lot to really like cover here because, again, this is the 4th time we're taking a look at the sculpt and paint. But with that said, we're going to go through it anyways. So I'm just going to come out and say the detail has not changed. Sculpt and paint, or the sculpt itself, not changed. What has changed is the material, the colorization, and the paint job. So let's go ahead and take a look at it. Taking a look at the head sculpt here, which pretty much features the exact same details as we've been accustomed to. Okayly detailed mouth, with actually pretty good paint applications for the mouth, and overall pretty good detailing for the scales and such. However, the big draw here for the figure is that the whole figure is going to be made of a flexible gummy plastic, and is all going to be entirely made of rubber to give a more lifelike effect. Which I don't know if it's right for Godzilla, because Godzilla wouldn't really be considered squishy. Yes, living creatures are considered squishy, like take a human and squish them. There you go. But at the same time here, I don't really feel like there was a lot that Playmates could have done to really like give Godzilla's own identity. You can't really flock Godzilla because he's not fuzzy like Kong is. But for the detail work we do have here, I do like the sculpt work for the sides of the head and the gills. Those make a return here. For the top of the head, it's okayly done. I do like the colorization here for the dorsal plates here at the top. Those look pretty mean and very hot pink, and especially that spray, which gives off like a gradient effect. That looks awesome. The eyes are more boxed in like the 2014 eyes, but are that different pink color. Inside of the mouth, detail-wise, not too much anything at the top of the mouth. You do get that hole, that very slightly hole. And we do get the teeth making a return as well for the sculpt and paint here. The teeth are actually a bit pointier, at least it looks like to me, than the previous Godzilla Evolved. I could just be from memory because I didn't pull one out off the shelf yet to compare them with, but kind of focusing in here for the teeth. Well, really just pulling in, there you go. You can see that it's very much more smoothened over. Has a bit of nice detail and like fleshed out stuff. Has a bit of yellow gunk. I don't know what that's from. My guess is that that's actually from the Beast Glove from Kong. Because like that is actually pretty stuck to the figure. I can kind of get some of it off, but I'm just gonna let that be. Anyway, for the actual detail at work here, yeah, I do like the way that the tongue is painted, being a much more vibrant pink. And the way that the teeth are painted, I don't really have a whole lot of complaints with the teeth. The spray on the bottom, though, being a white, that's an interesting choice. I would have never really thought white would have been the way to go, but it's here, and it's actually done pretty well. And I do like the way it looks here. Also, if you noticed, they actually changed the color of Godzilla Evolved here. Instead of being a more greenish color for the base, it's actually the correct color that should be, charcoal. Like, thank you, Playmates. You actually fixed it for this release, which is already why I actually like this figure, generally speaking. But going down, which we have the chest, which is going to be a lot, pretty much the same amount of detail here. We have the white spray that kind of continues on from the neck, but to the sides, does kind of lose a bit of that, but we do have some decent nice sculpt with the folds in the skin and the scales. For the arms, we do have a bit of them, like as far as the detail work is concerned. Because the arms on the original figure were made of a softer plastic, they were always the more detailed part of the figure compared to like something like the chest and pretty much the entirety of the abdomen. But again, you can see all the intricate little details, and the sculpt work just looks amazing. Sadly, the claws are not painted this time around, understandably so. But what's actually an improvement is the arms. They're actually more closer to how they were on screen. Yes, originally they were like much more serrated. Here they're a lot more simplistic and actually just have them like more towards the elbow like it should be on both sides. That's how it should be. And they're painted. So Playmates really actually did something, like actually gave this guy a bit of an improvement, which is awesome. For the sides of the figure, though, that's kind of like where my praises end a bit. Well, not really end, but you can see this nasty seam line, and that was because this is on the original figure. And my guess is that they took the sculpt of the original figure, not necessarily the model, but literally rescanned the original figure and made some changes to it, and this seam line happened. Because the seam line doesn't carry through to the legs, and it's obvious that there was something here. Like, there's no opening here, and it just doesn't look that great. And a lot of the detail throughout, like, this side, which is a lot of the problems I had with both Godzilla and Shimo, is that the sides of the body were not that detailed. Here, I do kind of stand by that, but the softer plastic does kind of help negate that a bit. So at least there's that. For the, well, just to give a better view, for the legs here, they're actually pretty long and pretty well done. Like, this actually does have a bit of the rubberiness to it. Like, just gonna show you, very gummy. The limbs especially, but we do have a lot of the nice plating and armor detail, more towards from the top of the leg to the kneecap, and then down here where it kind of gets a little smoothened out. Then the feet, sadly not painted, although I just kind of realized that is a big toenail. Like, look at that. I don't know if that was like that already, but whatever. So, but yeah, there's actually no like hollowed out stuff here at the bottom. There is actually just blatant copyright info, which is pretty cool. And I mean, does that count as paint? It's painted on, so I guess so. I think it's like a unit number type thing. I don't know, I'm not sure. Anyways, yes, it continues down with that white spray from the chest down to the crotch, and where it meets the tail. And before we do talk about the tail, let's talk about the elephant in the room, the dorsal plates. These are beautiful, like absolutely beautiful. They are a lot more closer to when Godzilla's like actively doing his atomic blast, like as far as the colorization goes. It's not exactly a red, even though it shows red pretty well on camera. They're actually more of like a shiny purplish pink. And the reason why is because, again, because there's so much of it, they all kind of like get absorbed together color-wise. And I just kind of realized this. That one's kind of out of place. No, whatever. But yeah, the detail work just looks so good. And you can tell Playmates is just really ramping up the detail work. And it also kind of color matches. Maybe not 100%, but this is probably the closest that Playmates has ever gotten. If I were them, I would have just probably done the whole thing translucent. I mean, please, can we get like an all translucent Godzilla evolved? That would have been killer. But yeah, a bit more detail towards the like around where the body meets the tail. And then we get to the actual tail section, which is all flexible, even though there's no bendable wire in there, but is going to be made of like that rubbery plastic. Sadly, no white paint on the bottom of it, but we do get that purple spray here a bit more towards the bottom side of it, and the pink spray is just on full effect here. Like, this is just, visually speaking, so beautifully done. And especially because, again, the tail was made of a softer plastic, it had a lot more detail and a little bit more leeway compared to other Godzillas within the line. So you did get a fair amount of detail with this thing. But yeah, all the little intricate little segments. There is like a bit of like scuffage on mine because, well, probably just from transit or something. But aside from that, the actual like execution of it is beautiful. The paint's right where it is, and there is like a little bit of a gradient, so it almost looks like it's glowing. And of course, it wouldn't be complete without talking about the thagomizer. Ooh, just look at that. Look at those serrated tail tip blades. Like, this is actually really nice. So yeah. As for like one final look, here he is from the side. Here he is from the back. This side again. From above. From below. And from the front. So, for the Real Feel Godzilla Evolved sculpt and paint, even though technically, so to speak, this is going to be the 4th time this sculpt was used, I would honestly say that, like, sculpt and paint wise, this is the best executed done of the entire like line. It's really well done. The detail work carries over from where it actually does have pretty well done detail, and my only real like absolute gripe about it is going to be like the side pieces not being like overly detailed. Like, they're pretty softened out. But they did fix some parts, like for example painting these and giving the spines the correct color, as well as changing the bodies, the body color. And the paint that's here is really well done. If I did have any more complaints, again, it would be like the smoothing out. I feel like that could have been fixed. The seam line making a return, because it's obviously not supposed to be here because it's all made of rubber. And the claws not being painted, even though they are on the original. But that said, I think that realistically speaking, this Godzilla, I'm just going to say it gets an 8 out of 10 for sculpt and paint. It is absolutely visually beautiful and really just a lot of fun. Next up is articulation. So for the jaw, we have a hinge, which we can go open about that far, close up about that far, just like that. For the head, there's actually nothing here, which I was actually kind of surprised about. For the arms, we actually do get a bit of a rotation here, which, yeah, we can just go a full 360. This arm, can this one also do a full 360? I forget. Yes, it can. So because there is a bit of like rubberized material, you do get a bit more like leeway when it comes to like the overall flexibility of it. For the legs here, which we can go kick up about this far, down about that far, and hold on, let's actually address that quickly. This leg we can go up about that far and down about this far. And if you remember, there was feet articulation on the original. Here there is not. And I do understand why, because the feet probably would have popped off every now and then. But as for the tail, we do get a singular ball joint here for the tail. And we can go a bit of side to side. And of course, the entire tail is fully flexible. I do have a bit of problems here for the articulation, because there's always going to be that problem. It's when you have him in a neutral position. Let's actually kind of like get him like this. So everything's kind of like sound, but every now and then he'll topple over. Here, I think he's pretty much structurally sound. Let's actually try and like move his arms forward a little bit. Okay, apparently it's wanting to make me look like a liar. Yeah, the last few times it made it look, Godzilla would fall over. And I'd like go to the washroom, they'll both be standing, and then I'd come back, boom, Godzilla's falling over. But on the flip side, I will say that as far as like the articulation actually being here, it's surprisingly serviceable, and like I'm surprised Playmates was able to pull off such like different points of articulation on a figure like this, being just pure rubber. So I do have to commend Playmates for what they did here. That said, I'm gonna say that I don't really like the fact that they got rid of the feet and they never really bothered to include the head, because this would have been a perfect opportunity to give him a head joint. I don't know why they just don't want to get Godzilla Evolved a head joint. You did it with 2014. Why stop there? Anyways, I'm gonna personally rate the articulation a 7.5 out of 10. And unlike Kong, who will absolutely destroy his own material as he spins, this Godzilla's rubber will not do that unless you really want to rub him up. So yeah. And so for the first range of comparisons, here he is with all of the other Godzilla Evolveds released in the line, with the standard version, the 2-pack versus Shima Walmart exclusive version, the Target exclusive 5-pack Ultimate Titan set, and of course, the one y'all came to see, the Real Feel Godzilla. Now, I'm going to be doing a much more detailed, in-depth analysis between all 4 of these guys, but if I had to personally choose a favorite, and I'm not saying this because he's the newest, I'm gonna say I personally think the Godzilla Evolved the Godzilla Evolved Real Feel version is my personal favorite. I mean, I might as well just say more towards like the not just the comparison but the outro, but long story short, I think he's just the most well executed of them. While these other ones have problems, and he definitely has his problems, I just think he's the overall best executed. And for those also wondering, since I don't think I mentioned it yet, he can technically fit the heat ray into his mouth. Let's try to at least squeeze it in there a little bit. Doesn't go in all the way because of the rubber and the peg hole size. Color-wise, it doesn't really match a whole lot, so I really don't recommend it. But I also really don't recommend it is... hitting my camera. See that? That is a rip in the rubber. Yep. Just by pegging it in. Unfortunate, but that's the way it is, I guess. And here he is with another another rubber goji, being the Godzilla Titan Evolution figure with the actual like Godzilla Evolved inside of it, just so he can at least look a little better. And what I will say, it's almost like a match made in heaven for these two. Only he could fit inside him. And color-wise, this guy really reminds me of the next comparison, the NECA bootleg Godzilla Evolved. Which, yes, NECA never made a Godzilla Evolved, but you can kind of see what I mean, right? Charcoal black, grayish bases, pot pinks for the dorsal plates, and kind of like a white/grayish stomach. You can kind of see what I mean. As well as the tongues, they're like nearly the same color. Like it's almost scary of how close these two are. And here he is with some classic Toho Godzilla stuff with Godzilla 2001 and Godzilla 1989 from Monster Arts and NECA respectively. And finally, here he is, well not and finally, but here's another bonus comparison I just decided to throw in. Here he is with the Battle Mechagodzilla, and you might be wondering why this specific version. It's almost scary just how similar these two are. What I mean by that is not only are they identical like designs of Godzilla having bigger elongated arms, skinnier proportions like Mechagodzilla, but the color of their dorsal plates are nearly the same. So really, they're like darkened versions of the original counterpart. Difference is, this guy doesn't come with beam, this one does. Although I do wonder, what does it look like with the beam? Probably won't fit. Actually it does kind of fit. Not a, like perfect fit, but there you go. Honestly, I've seen worse. And finally, here he is with the Real Feel Kong. And what I will say is that of these two, I definitely am going to prefer the Godzilla over the Kong. Just because, like, the actual execution of the gimmick just works a lot better for Godzilla rather than Kong, because there's a lot less problems with Godzilla's more rubbery material than there is of Kong's flocked material. And Kong will absolutely destroy himself over time if you keep swiveling the joints, while Godzilla, he's pretty much new and fresh, and he'll continue to stay that way as long as you treat him with care. Although there is the chance of him pretty much melting away if he gets too hot. How ironic. And so overall for the Playmates Godzilla Kong, the New Empire Godzilla Evolved real feel version, what do I think of this guy? Well, let's kind of talk. He's a great figure. I'll just say he's great. Where Kong was okay, this guy is actually really great. He has a lot of nice details, especially for Playmates. He has a lot of nice mobility to him, even though he doesn't really stand necessarily the best. And even though I kind of wish he had an accessory, the rubber material does kind of make up for this. And I just love the overall like visual aesthetic this thing has. Just having these hot pinks against the dark and blacks and white stomach lining. If I really had to give a recommendation to this thing, if you're fine with just collecting the same sculpt over and over and over again and just want like an army of Godzilla Evolved, go ahead. It's $10, Target, Walmart, whatever. At least in the States. Other countries, depends on what the price is, could be 10, could be 20, could even be 30. I don't know, those tariffs are going to be a problem these days. But as per my personal rating, I'm going to say an 8 out of 10. Yeah, I enjoy them. Now, you could color me biased and say, well, I just prefer Godzilla over Kong. Well, that's technically true. There are some instances where I prefer the Kong release to the Godzilla release. For example, the base Godzilla Evolved versus the base Kong and Beast Club figures, I actually prefer the Kong and Beast Club over the Godzilla Evolved. That said, this time around, it really seems like Godzilla is king here. And, well, as we'll do with the outro, let's go ahead and turn off the light here and bring in this. Because, why? Because I just want to bring some melodies back. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. If moving forward, Playmates does decide to do more real feel stuff, I would love to see what a real feel ghidorah would feel like. Or a real feel mothra that could be very silky and bendy. Or even a real feel mechagodzilla. Don't know how they do Rodan. But anyways, that's all I've got. Thank you guys for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Now, here is a Titan that absolutely, probably, 3 of you probably remember. Hello everyone, welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we're taking a look at the latest piece of kaiju fodder from the MonsterVerse, the Drowned Viper. Yes, this is part of the next figure we're going to be taking a look at in the ever-growing line of Playmates' MonsterVerse stuff, formerly just the Godzilla Kong the New Empire line. Basically, this figure is based on, of course, the Drowned Viper, which was a throwaway Titan, sadly throwaway, because I think that this guy had a lot of potential, but really only got 30 seconds of screen time before ultimately being killed off, probably not even 30. Anyway, so yeah, basically he's based on that specific Titan where Zuko tries to not ambush, but trick Kong into going in a lake that he knows that has the Drowned Viper in it, trying to kill him, and Kong ends up fighting with the Drowned Viper while Zuko runs away, and Kong comes out on top. Here is that kaiju in figure form. Now, as of this recording, this is the only figure we have of the Drowned Viper, so it is going to be a little bit hard for me to really review this thing and trying to compare it and make it fair. And also, it's kind of weird that they haven't made a figure of Scylla yet, but yeah, we do with the Drowned Viper. Anyways, so with that said, with this being my latest figure and my next one being One Eye and Tiamat before I finally finish off the GXK line, will this be another great addition, or will it just be another piece of, just like I said, kaiju fodder? Let's find out. So for sculpt and paint, let's take a look at the head. Yeah, we're just kind of jumping into it because he actually doesn't really come with an accessory. I get why, because the Drowned Viper doesn't really utilize anything aside from just a patch of water. But I do find it interesting how Playmates really did skip out on a cool accessory idea, the decapitated head for it, because at the end of the fight, we actually get a look at the Drowned Viper's head up close, and yeah, it is a very, very not so well done sight. Anyway, for the face, it's actually done pretty well for a Playmates figure, because we have the top rails, which are going to be pretty much all blue with some folds in there. You got 1, 2, 3 spikes of horns. And of course you have the eye. Now initially when I saw this, because keep in mind it was a Titan that only appeared for 30 seconds, you didn't get really a good look at it. So I actually went to re-watch the scene specifically for this review. When looking at the eye, it is a black pupil with a yellow eyeball. Okay, seems fair. That's actually not what that is. If I remember back to the scene specifically, the black part is actually the eye itself, while the yellow is actually just like the outline of the eye. Basically a line out. It's an outline, whatever. Anyway, so as a result, this kind of almost makes it look more fish-like, because fish do have these eyes, even though I do think they can move their eyes. But anyway, yeah, this looks very goofy and very googly. I mean, just look at that front profile. Anyway, so yeah, the yellow does look pretty well and actually stands out from the abundance of blue, and you are going to see a lot of the blue. So here for the detail of the scales, I will say the scaling details actually done very well for a Playmates toy. You have the front scaling, which has like a ton of different line and texture, and then you have the sides of it, which continue like that waviness of the actual design, kind of turning the figure underneath this way. And you do get a bit of more like the white, because the entirety of the underside of the figure is going to be of a white colorization. And then, of course, you have all the segmenting from the neck. Very nice, very cool. Going to the inside of the mouth, though, that's actually kind of where I really do like it. The tongue and the gum paint, it's going to be primarily all one color. And I do like how it looks overall. We do have the nicely sculpted tongue. We do actually have some details like at the top of the mouth, and as well as the teeth, which are not necessarily accurate to the film, because the film's teeth, well, the design-wise, were a lot more narrow, and there was a lot more of it. Here, Playmates simplified it and just made these bigger, like more piranha-esque teeth, which, hey, I totally understand why. And of course, we got this massive jaw spike. Very, very awesome. I wonder if that's like his way of going, just pretty much pressing them right on down. And they have a bit of like stripe of blue. And that basically covers the head. Like, just showing you this side, just for extra. There you go. Mine's got like a bit of excess paint from the teeth here. I actually thought like originally that was like plastic. No, that's just part of the paint. Anyway, for the next segment, because this figure is divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 segments. Like, damn. Again, we have more like the frills here. They're all made of like a rubbery material, as well as like the whole figure is basically just made of like a soft plastic, and it's in a pre-post position, so that kind of tappers into the articulation. But we do have a lot of nice yellow detailing here, as well as like a set of what I would assume to be like some sort of gill type thing. I'm not entirely sure. Like, it kind of like caves in. You see what I'm talking about? Yeah. So I'm assuming that's the gill. I don't know anatomy of fish or eels for that matter. Anyway, so for the yellow, we actually do have like a bit of like line work here for the underside as well. A lot of nice curvature and detail. I love how it like directly curls down on it, pretty much on itself, and kind of curls in this way. Taking a look at the detail inside here, it looks pretty nice. And again, the scaling actually does look pretty well refined. This segment is going to be like an L bracket, where it completely turns and twists its body. And again, pretty much rinse and repeat on the thing. Rubber details, as you can see. Lots of nice yellow paint applications, just to show you on the other side here as well. This is the segment we were just leaving off of. I think there's the copyright info. I swear to God, this figure's so huge. Okay, so there's the copyright info. I don't really know how to get a good look at it. There you go. In case you just want to read that little label. Let's go to the next one. Again, I'm trying to like get everything here on camera. It's just really hard because of like how different of a figure this is. I've never had a serpentine like Titan before, not even Manda. But yeah, just to show you, pretty much like what I find interesting is like the little webbing like in between actually kind of stops right here. I wonder if that's like that on the actual design. And then it just kind of goes to like basic spikes. And then of course you have like the yellow stripes. Those look pretty cool. Very nice, honestly. Lots of nice compact detail until we get to the end of it, which is a lot more, again, a bit more like a frill type. It's actually pretty soft back here. Very awesome, I'll say. Very nicely detailed. I think like a dry brushing would have been needed, but just show you the other side very quickly. There you go. And of course, the underside. And that's pretty much about it. Overhead, I can give you a bit of a look at there. Trying to like line up everything because this figure is quite complex, but also pretty simplistic too. But there you go. That is basically the sculpt and paint of the Drowned Viper. In all honesty, I think that the sculpt and paint for what it is actually pretty good. I do enjoy it at the end of the day. Do I have like any personal critiques with it? Not really. I mean, maybe that mouth paint could have been cleaned up a little bit more. Maybe they could have added like some sort of dry brush or wash to like bring out some more better, finer details and separate the more like top fins from the actual body. But that said, that's really just a nitpick. For a $10 Playmates toy, that's actually really not that bad. I dig that. And honestly, I'm gonna have to go with like an 8 out of 10. I really do enjoy it. There's not much I can hate. Actually, you know, I'm gonna bump that up to a 0.5. There's really not much I can say that and like that I really don't hate about this thing. It's a bit complex, like as far as the length of it goes, but it just visually looks great, and I would even say it looks better than some of the other Godzilla and Kong figures that they released. So there you go. Now for articulation. Jaw can move on a hinge, so you can go out and in, out and in. For the head, we can go down about that bar, up about that bar, left and right, and go a full 360. Although what I find interesting is popping off the head. So I guess if you want to customize it or whatever to make it a decapitated head, go right ahead, is that the jaw and the ball peg here are actually connected. See, how I found that out was I decided to pop it off because, well, I wanted to see what it would look like. I mean, I don't really know what I was expecting. But I accidentally pushed on the ball joint. It was kind of already like that, but then I noticed that the jaw moved. So if you push it, you can kind of get a bit more range out of the jaw. So if you really want to go that route, go be my guest. But do keep in mind, you do kind of run the risk of moving that ball peg out of place. So take that for what you go. Also, the entire figure is made of a soft plastic, so if you pop off the joint, it's not gonna like have a hard time going back in. Anyways, for the next segment, we're gonna have a full 360-degree rotation, up, down, side to side, all that good stuff. Third, which you can go pretty much all the way around. Same old good stuff, just like that. Let's actually move the camera upwards here. So there we go. Nice. For the tail here, which we can go up and down, and pretty much like all the way around, just like that. Do keep in mind that the entire figure is pre-sculpted, so if you try to like straighten it out, it'll look like that. Next segment, a little tighter than the last one. Some of the tightness of these figures, specifically this one, is going to be a bit mixed. And then you get one last segment here, which I've got a little bit of a problem with, specifically because, like, there you go. If you notice, the ball peg socket here is a bit like uneven. So at this point, it kind of like clips onto the actual socket like this. And you kind of see what I mean by that, right? Kind of scrapes up against it. It was like that out of the box. So for posability, I would say that this thing is actually pretty fun. you can get this thing into a bit of poses. It's not necessarily the most posable thing in the world. Like, its neutral position would be something like this, like with its head reared up and its body twisted like this. But for what it's worth, you can really kind of like extend it out like this if you really wanted to. Maybe have it turning the opposite direction, or maybe have like this, like a sea monster. I mean, that's effectively what this is. But yeah, essentially the sky's the limit with this. You can do a lot with this figure. Although, do keep in mind that it is pre-posed, so that could become an issue. But as far as the articulation goes, I'm going to say, what's a fair rating for this? I'm going to say 8 out of 10, because I do like the ball joints that are used here. Anyways, for some brief size comparisons, here he is with, like, fully reared up as much as I can get him into. This kind of, like, reared up pose, up against the main stars of the film, Godzilla. Well, main star, I use him loosely. And Kong with the battle axe, which is kind of like meant to be the figure he's paired with. And you know, it's something I kind of realized, like, of course, let's get this out of the way. He is massive. I'm sure this is at least close to size accurate, but this is huge. Like, he's bigger than Godzilla, and he's bigger than Kong. Granted, as far as like size goes, if you want to talk about like actual film scale, Godzilla should be like a bit up to here. Because he did grow quite a bit in this new movie, when he evolved at least. Maybe not this specific energized Godzilla, which I still think you're kind of an ugly duckling. Anyway, as for these two, in the film, I'm sure that this, well, there you go, does work. But this is just like one hell of a display. And here he is with the other, what are essentially the biggest in the line, like as far as the MonsterVerse United Legacy scale line is concerned, as far as the 6-inch basic figures, the two biggest, Shimo and Ghidorah. And somehow, this thing still towers, even over Ghidorah's like top wings, the top of the wings. Yeah, he's still taller. I wonder if like he's still taller than Shimo standing up. That would be insane. If he's somehow taller than Shimo standing up, I'm actually going to be embarrassed. Oh my god. It's close. It's actually really close, but the Drowned Viper, counting the top spike, barely edges out Shimo. And as far as scale goes, let's bump it up a little bit and go with the Titan Tech figures, with Kong and Godzilla in their fully armored positions. And as far as size goes, the Drowned Viper still is not champion, but it's pretty close. Like, I would say Godzilla at the top back spike about matches the Drowned Viper, and the top intent of Kong about matches the top spike of the Drowned Viper. But yes, it's incredible to think that this figure is so just big. It doesn't even feel like a Godzilla or Kong figure, really. And because I wanted to try this, here he is with the SH Monster Arts Godzilla 2021 Godzilla Ultima from Godzilla Singular Point. And you might be wondering why I brought this guy in. Well, because he's the longest 6-inch Godzilla figure I own, well, scale-wise, I wanted to know, of the two, which one is technically, so to speak, the longer figure, all things stretched out. So, ready? I can't even show it all on camera, can I? They're tied. I actually don't believe it. They're literally tied with each other. You can't make this up. And yes, he can wrap around your figures. So, bringing in this light once again, what do I overall think of this figure? Well, I think that the Playmates Drowned Viper is actually a really cool figure, all things considered. Knocking over my tripod, there we go. He's a very unique piece. I honestly wish I picked up Warbat and Tiamat, because both of those figures are essentially the serpentine-like creatures of the MonsterVerse. And if Drowned Viper's as cool as he is, who's to say that Tiamat and Warbat aren't any cooler? Granted, yes, I do think Warbat might be a bit outdated, and I'm really hoping Playmates reissues them, because I don't want to pick up a bootleg from AliExpress, but I might have to anyway. This figure really is something, and I'm super happy to own him. I definitely don't think he's perfect, but he's definitely cool. He's very big, and shockingly might be the only figure of the GXK figures, the line, that I can't fit onto the shelf because of how big he actually is. He can't really wrap around any other figures because they're just not that big. It's all united in one scale except for the Drown Viper, which makes you wonder why Playmates decided to just scale this guy up. Anyways, as for my final rating, I'm going to give this guy an 8 out of 10. One of Playmates' best figures, actually, I would say. Actually, let's go bump that up to a 0.5. I feel like this figure's shelf size deserves it. Anyways, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Sorry, Scar King, but looks like someone else is in charge. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another review. My name is Matthew, and today we're continuing our waters, trenching right through them, with another addition to the Godzilla Kong the New Empire lineup from Playmates Toys. Today we have the One Eye with Bone Truncheon. What, you thought that was just called the Bone Club? No, officially listed on the website is called One Eye with Bone Truncheon. And if you are one of those people that just don't really have like a good grasp on the MonsterVerse, or don't even know who you're looking at, this is One Eye. Essentially, he is a minor villain in the Godzilla Kong the New Empire movie, and acts as like Scar King's lackey, or one of his minions of sorts. Essentially, he works under Scar King, almost like a second in command, even though he does kind of get his butt whooped a bit by the guard, so maybe he's not exactly a second in command, but whatever. He seems to be high up the ranks in Scar King's army in the film. That said, it's pretty much a minor villain, shows up for a few minutes, and then we don't hear from him again. But that said, Playmates decided to offer him in figure form, and to my knowledge, this is the only figure that exists of One Eye in any scale. I could be wrong. Watch as like Bandai pulls out a little minifigure and said, "You were saying?" Anyways, so with that being said, now that we have our first and only introduction to One Eye in the world of figures, is it good as some of the other figures around this time are, or is this thing just a big, massive dud? Let's find out. So for starters, I want to talk about the accessory, which is, of course, the bone truncheon. Now, you might be wondering, oh, well, it's just a bone. Well, exactly, it is a bone. It's literally a bone used to basically act as a bat or some sort of bone club. And it's basically just a large femur, but it kind of begs the question, what the hell was this thing? Because looking at the scale of One Eye's leg, this whole femur is bigger than One Eye is a whole leg. Like, look, there's toe to toe. That's like up to this hip. And maybe this is just my personal gripe, but I really don't like how they introduce these things and like never explain where they're from. Like, is this from a large Godzilla? Is this from a large primate? Because we know Titans in the universe can get up to abnormal size, because we saw that bone bridge, which, by the way, I'd love to see that as like a play set. Anyways, for the actual bone femur here, we obviously have the ball socket joint where it would like peg into the socket, into the hip, because that is a real thing that exists in nature. It's got a little bit of like detail. You got a little seam line, obviously where the mold is, or molding detail, sorry. We have a little bit of more detail, kind of like all the little cracks and crevices a little bit. And you kind of like get a little concave here, and then you obviously got the whole bone itself, which, by the way, the whole thing is made of like a flexible rubber, so you don't have to like worry about this thing snapping anytime soon unless you really want to like force and tear it, although I would not recommend that. We have some like wavy patterns with the bone club. It looks great. Here we have like where the top of the knee would be, at least according to my like 3 minutes of body study that I just did a few days ago to actually understand which part of the body this was, because I actually kind of suck at body anatomy. But that said, here we have the top of the knee, or I guess where it would meet the knee. And yeah, we just have like these two parts of the bone that like curl in almost like this. And I'd assume that this is where you get like the all that action. So yeah, that's about it. One more look-see for the Bone Club. Nicely done. Alright, so on the promotional images, it shows Scar King, One Eye, holding it like this in this hand. And relatively speaking, it's not like overly hard, but I do have a bit of difficulty kind of like squeezing it in. So the way I like to do it usually is try to find like the thinnest part of the weapon, like on Kong's axe, and just try to squeeze it in there from there. And now you got not Scar King, One Eye holding the Bone Club. It's not exactly like a 100% secure fit because it does tend to like jostle around in there. As you can see, it tends to like shake in there. But overall, he does hold on to it, so he's not gonna like shake it off and like it goes flying. At that point, it might as well just become like a baton or something. But yeah, it serves its purpose. It is actually a very well detailed femur bone, and yeah, it's just the anatomy of it realistically makes no sense. But realism was thrown out the way as soon as versus Kong entered the scene. So what am I say? Anyways, for the accessory, I mean, it's a weapon. It's cool. It looks great. He used it in the movie, so at least it's character movie accurate. I'm gonna say, I mean, what things could have been improved? Like, realistically speaking, there's really nothing I could, like, say overly negative. It's a basic Bone Club, you know? That's really just all what it's down to. So, I'm gonna say 8 out of 10. I feel like what could have been improved is maybe, like, the, this, because this could get a little annoying, especially for people who want to pose their figures, like I do. So, yeah, there's that. So, also, I kind of wish there was maybe like more of a dry brushing to kind of like show some wear and tear on the bone, because this might have been old. Anyways, on to the actual figure. So for One Eye himself, this is the last figure I need for Wave 3, but as you can see, One Eye as well, One Eye has actually some decent like application to it. It has like a dark brown pupil, like a olive mustard yellow iris, and then of course the white eyes there and there. Bro really thinks he's GMK Godzilla, huh? If I look carefully, is there any semblance? No. Okay, I think that's just the basic detailing. But yeah, I almost wish like we could know what happened to this guy. Like, he clearly got scratched. Like, what's his story? But as for the scratches, much like Kong's scarring, there really isn't a whole lot to it. It's basically just red paint slapped onto it. I kind of wish there was like some scarring detail. But for the actual like brow, the skin, the nose, that's actually done pretty well. I do like what we have here. There's a lot of like wrinkles and such. The teeth are actually pretty well sculpted with like some darkened brown paint there to give it some extra like withering detail. The teeth are going to be like in that pissed kind of just like scowl look. Nostrils are decently detailed in there as well. I've got it looks like a little scuff. I'm not entirely sure what that is. I'm assuming it's probably scuffed because that's also scuffed. So maybe the whole base figure is like that. Coming to the fur, like actually let's talk about the ears. The ears are actually pretty well detailed for like what they are. A little like white spray, of course. Okay, so yeah, there. It's all entirely like a white spray, and then of course you get like more of the brown as you go to the back, just to kind of give them like a more of a white appearance. For the fur itself, the fur on the back, we'll talk about the head itself later, but look at the fur on the back. Like, that's actually really well detailed, and it also goes all the way down, of course, where it'd be the beard. I know like apes in the real world have fur all over their heads. But let's talk about this head. My god, that hairline. I'm sorry, but this of course here we have like some splotches of fur where his hairline I guess used to be, but because of how old he is, like, I guess age just kind of caught up with him, and like, kind of gotta shave that hair off, buddy. Gotta find like a 50-foot tall razor for this dude, huh? But yeah, balding aside, it actually does look pretty decent as far as the details concerned, because we have, like, for the first splotches that are left, actual, like, brown paint, which continues on, which is really nice to see. For the chest here, a lot of the chest that is here is actually, like, fallen off because of how old he is. I don't know if that's a real thing on apes. I think that is. But yeah, because of how old he is, he just doesn't have as much fur as I guess he used to in his prime. We have this big splotch of red paint, which I'm assuming is supposed to be like some tribal war-esque painting that Scar King has applied to not only his minions, but also One Eye in this case. We have like a bit of scarring here, which this is how I wish Playmates would start sculpting their scars from now on, like both here and on Kong, please. We actually had some decent musculature detail, not as big as Kong's or Scar King's, but still decent. For the fur themselves here, like kind of going to the sides here, they look great, continuing that gray spray. We have this like red magenta-ish paint on, actually no, it's maroon, that's the color I'm thinking of, maroon paint on the right shoulder, which again I have to assume is the tribal paint, unless that's just very weirdly placed blood. Moving to the edge, let's do the shoulder first. So the shoulder, you're gonna have like this single row of spray here going down to the wrists, but it pretty much gets like the job done cohesively, minus the hinge. On the back of it is going to be completely, almost looks like you're going whoosh, whoosh. That'd be an awesome POV. Maybe I might use that. We have like this awesome like fur detail going right here, and you kind of see where there's a little bit of fur missing because of how old he is. This almost just feels like an amped up version of Scar King. I'm going to be making that comparison a lot because realistically speaking, those two characters are very similar. But yeah, the whole like skin area is like completely furless, and you can kind of see back here there's no fur. Trying to find like more splotches like down here, here. It's very smoothened out. That part doesn't have gray in it, weirdly enough. For the wrists, again, this guy all jumbled up. We have like him kind of like cupping his own hand. I gotta assume, oh man, we got a lot of scuffage. I don't think that's from the Bone Club. As weird as that sounds, it can't be from the Bone Club because I've had this thing for like less than a week. Like, damn. But yeah, it's inside the hand, so like barely anyone would notice anyway. So we have the four fingers, nice spray, nice detail work, nice little thumb. Looks very nice. For the waist here, looks very well detailed. Monkey booty, very, very, very unfortunately thick. But actually has some very nice detail work. And of course you get more of the skin, which is going to be completely furless, as well as a bit on the back of the leg, like specifically here, not so much here because it is kind of like randomized, although there's some parts here. And for the forelegs, here we have another bit of like spray, kind of going around, showing you all that detail. Here we get a lot more of that detail work at the back, there and there. And lastly, for the feet, because being an ape, this guy does not have a tail to look all out to. The feet are actually pretty decently done. We have some copyright info. Copyright and trademark legendary. But yeah, it looks pretty damn solid. So, for sculpt and paint, I will admit, personally, I think this is Playmates is one of more stronger efforts in their lineup, because this is one of their later releases, because they do get better with age. That said, I do think that there are some like drawbacks. For example, I do think the scarring, because it's done here, like why couldn't it be done there? And I also do kind of wish the white paint was a bit more evened out in some aspects, because looking at the back here, he's basically like blank. There's entire sections like at the back here and here, some arm stuff. Like, where there's could be white paint to give this guy an extra flair, but there's really nothing of it. But with that said, again, it's not the best, but it's definitely one of the better releases in the Playmates line. So I'm going to rate this guy fair rating of 7.5 out of 10 for sculpting and paint. Next up is articulation. Now what's cool is that we have not seen an articulated head that allows a Kong or any sort of ape to look up and down since Kong Skull Island. Yep, they brought it back. So yeah, Scar King's head appears to be either on a swivel hinge or a ball. Nope, that's definitely a hinge. Sorry, ball joint. So we can go up about this far, down about that far. So not a whole lot of range, but you can still get that range. Side to side like this, in a full 360 degrees. So you can move it like that. Swivel hinges for the shoulders, so you can go up about and pushing it like that. Up about that far, down about that far. Can rotate a full 360. For the shoulder, can bend out about that far, in about that far. Can rotate a full 360. Wrists can rotate a full 360. The waists, very, very squeaky, capturing the attention of my cat. The reason why is actually because it is on a ball peg, so you can go down about this far. Oh, okay. Down about this far, forward about that far, back and forth like that. Squeak, squeak, McGee. Go a little side to side like that. Nothing really spectacular, but you can actually take the hip, go up about this far, back about this far, can swivel. Trying my best to do a 360. Probably not. I mean, you could probably do one, but I don't want to scuff the paint anymore that's already been scuffed. And for the knees, we have a hinge and can go pretty much a full 360. If you're wondering the bend, I can go in, straighten out, just like that. So on average, he seems to be a very posable, decent ape figure for Playmate standards. But what's the big problem? Because there's always going to be that big problem, huh? Watch this. It's not straightened, like it's not aligned. Now, consider this a nitpick or whatever, but I don't understand why Playmates decide to curve the arms like this. Because on Scar King and Kong, neither of their arms curled in like this. But this almost makes it look like he's bending his elbow like this, even though the hinge is pointing this way. So how does that work? Also, it's like that on both arms. See? This one actually has a worse bend than the other arm does. And for the knees, when you place the hinge forward, you're expecting the foot to be facing forward, right? No, it's at an angle, which I think could have been on Scar King. I would have to double check. But this just doesn't look right. So when you like straighten everything out, it has like this really weird straightened out like pose like to the side, which doesn't really help him balance. So you really gotta like fudge it a little bit. And the arms themselves, like they function well as like jointed and articulated arms, but really everything else. So for articulation, I think I'm gonna have to dock some points off that, but for the most part, I feel like it's pretty serviceable. I would have liked some ankle joints, but as a whole, I think it's pretty good. So 7.5 out of 10 for the articulation. Pretty also nice inclusion with the head. And just for some size comparisons, here he is with his ape brethren in the movie with Scar King and Kong, specifically the standard versions of both. And I have to say, how ironic that they're all holding bone weapons, huh? But I also have to say, what a massive upgrade this is compared to this. Now, let's remove Kong from the equation and talk about One Eye versus Scar King here. Does this look like a fair matchup? I'm sorry, but look at how much scrawnier of an ape Scar King is. Yeah, he's got the whip, but come on, look at the bone club. Like, also, as far as like the sheer figure quality is, yes, I'll admit this is Playmates' first wave, but this is just figure on figure. This blows Scar King out of the water. The only thing Scar King I say really has over One Eye is the better articulation, but even then, that's really putting it lightly. But also, as I was trying to mention with the articulation earlier, the hinge and the foot are better lined up than One Eye's is. See? So, yeah, sorry, but Scar King, you've officially been benched. And just for another size comparison, here he is with his other brethren, co-stars, I should really say, in the movie with Shimo, the original Frostbite version, and his rival, Suko, and his little lackey, Doug. Funny because they've never appeared on screen together. And I just have to ask, of all the people you were beefing in the movie, Godzilla, Kong, Shimo, Mothra, why Suko? A literal child. You are an embarrassment. And here he is with Godzilla and Mothra, the Toho Titans of the film. Which, please, Legendary, let's give the apes a rest and focus back on the monsters that really matter, huh? Enough Kong, enough Scar King, enough of the apes. Let's go back to Lizard. And finally, for the last bit of size comparisons, here he is with some classic Toho stuff from Bandai NECA, with the Bandai Tamashii Nations SH Monster Arts Godzilla 2001 standard version, and the Mechagodzilla 1995 Burning Godzilla from Godzilla vs. Destoroyah. And so overall, what do I think of this One Eye figure? I was about to say Scar King yet again. Don't blame me, they're both balding old monkeys. I think that they are really, really fun. This guy also just flat out really fun. He's got a lot to him. He's got actually a fair amount of detail, really good detail actually, some pretty decent paint, you know, it's not necessarily the best, but definitely an upgrade from what came before, a nice range of articulation, and an accessory that I think will satisfy many. If you're looking for something like super high quality, no. This is not of that quality. This is absolutely meant for a younger demographic. That said, if you want a One Eye figure, this is literally your only option, because I don't imagine Haya Toys might make one. Monsters doesn't seem too keen on making the other Titans, because it seems like after King of the Monsters versus Kong and now the New Empire, them making the secondary Titans just doesn't seem like a big priority. Really, they are only out for what makes them the most money. This one is literally just another Titan to go on the shelf, at least in terms of the retrospect of the companies. But as it stands, if you want a One Eye figure, this is literally your only option. If you like what you see, get it. If you don't like what you see, don't bother. But that said, that's all I have for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave it. Well, actually, for the first final ranking, I'm going to do a final ranking of, let's go 7.8. I like that. Feels right in between. Anyways, that's all I've got for this video. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. And before I forget, just for the outro, there you go. Nice light show display. You know, One Eye deserves it. That said, thank you guys for watching. Leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys next time. Peace out, everyone. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to another video. My name is Matthew, and today we have a bit of a different style video. This is a very, very unique circumstance here. So let's kind of go back. I want to take you guys back in time to about a year from now, which was Christmas 2024. So just literally just shy of a year from now. What happened? Well, that time, or that Christmas, I got a set known as the Ultimate Titan Battle Pack from Playmates Toys. It was a pretty cool, fun novelty 5-pack. Okay, you get Godzilla evolved in a brand new supercharged state. You get Shimo doing a frostbite blast. You get Kong in the final battle colors. You get Star King in whatever color sway he was supposed to be. And then you get Mothra, which is apparently only one of 2 known ways to actually get Mothra. Either by importing it via like a 4-region country in that like singular box, which would probably cost you like 30, 40, even upwards of the $50 I've seen, or get that pack while it was still around, which to my knowledge, it was like a one-wave thing and then they never restocked it again. However, when I opened that, I thought that that was a really cool concept. Packaging a bunch of figures, repainting them, and essentially like there's no gimmick to it. You know, they were just fun repaints, and they at least had some form of difference compared to their original release predecessors. And it featured an exclusive Titan thrown into the mix. So long story short, I was a pretty big fan of the set, and I was really hoping that maybe we would get some more sets. Lo and behold, I was looking like a few months ago, and I eventually saw a listing on eBay for like another set that was going to be another big boxed set from Playmates Toys about the Monsterverse. I was like, oh cool, another set. I can't wait to see what they did with this one. They just repackaged a bunch of pre-existing figures without any difference and then called it a day. Now, okay, maybe I'm starting this a little bit negative, especially around the time it's supposed to be a positive holiday. But let's be real. I was initially confused because on one hand, these figures, especially ones like these, Mechagodzilla and Ghidorah, have existed for years. And not to mention, aren't these guys also like individually packaged and restocked as of recently? Well, specifically Mechagodzilla was the battle variant, and then they just packaged that, marketed that as the new Mechagodzilla. I thought that this guy was dead. And then we have other Titans like Godzilla Evolved, Star King, and Kong with the Beast Club. Here's the thing though. Aside from the fact that this could be an easy way for people who don't have the figures to get them in 2025, because I'll give it this, figures like Mechagodzilla, this version, and maybe Ghidorah, ? Those are kind of starting to become a rarity, mainly this version of Mechagodzilla, this silver deco. But I don't really see any other reason for this specific set to exist. Another thing is, I still haven't actually purchased it. What? Yeah, the figures you see in front of you, they're the original releases, and that's essentially what Playmates did. Take the original releases, package them together, and send them off. Now, okay, maybe that's a little cheating, maybe that's not an authentic review, so consider this an overview, what you'd basically be getting with the set. What's in front of you and what's in front of me is literally the contents of that box. So, is this going to be a product review? Maybe not coherently, but everything you see here is featured in that box to this quality. So essentially it's a review, except it's not a review. I didn't buy the box itself, but I have what is in the contents of that box. So if you want to debate if I actually got the item or I didn't, that's up to you. Because they're not repaints, they're literally just the same figures we've already gotten many times before, especially you. Anyways, let's go ahead and at least show you guys what is actually in this box set. The first one we're going to be taking a look at here is Godzilla Evolved. Now, of course, this guy is been on the channel many times, and this just so happens to be his latest appearance. But to pretty much summarize, he is based on an early concept design of the actual figure, sorry, the design in the movie, not the finalized design in the film. You can tell because some parts of him aren't necessarily accurate, and the color scheme they picked was based on, again, an earlier model of him that had much more vibrant colors. Because in the movie, he was more of like a charcoal gray with purple pink color tones. The concept version had a much more green hue and a lot more orange colors, if that makes any sense. But first, let's just at least start with the head. So for the head, same thing as you've already seen before, soft plastic used for the actual head here. We have the peach colored dorsal plates back here with the orange eyes, very boxy shaped with a similar sized pupil, very beady looking esque. And of course, we have the teeth, which are individually painted. Well, in kind of the tops are a little bit individually sculpted, not so much painted though. But there is a tongue in there. Placed the beam effect in there because I don't really care enough to really kind of like. Well, I guess I might as well. There we go. So yeah, just to have a little bit of a better look in there. As you can see. I guess because like to also mention, he does come with his heat ray, because that's also in the box set. Literally nothing different. Same thing we've gotten, I kid you not, 4 other times. The original, and then it's, I guess technically this is the 4th because the real feel didn't come with it. So I'll give it that. But again, same thing. The cartoony kind of like flare. I do think it's a little small, but say that be. Aim it towards Godzilla's throat, and there you go. It is holding it. Next part is going to be the hard plastic torso here, which is going to be all hard plastic, mellow details across the board, and of course you get the kind of like olive gray, green spray from about where the neck meets the jaw, all the way down here to where the tail meets the tail meets the torso. There you go. A little bit of overspray on some parts, but that's all right. Given the price point of this guy, you also got to be a little bit considerate at times. Here you have the shoulders, which are going to be like soft plastic and actually do have a very nice amount of detail. No paint for the shoulder blades, but we do have some paint for the claws, as you can see there, in pre-post positions as well. This arm is a little bit more out than the other one is, so that is worth mentioning. Legs are also hard plastic, but are actually decently detailed. Like, I'm kind of shocked as to how good these things are. No paint on them, aside from the feet, which are going to be individually sculpted claws and painted claws as well, which do look very nice. Next thing is going to be the dorsal plates. And they have the updated sculpt from the 2020-2021 molds, which actually look a lot better. And I do like the fact that it's like this deep orange red, almost like fruit punch colored. Actually, what color is fruit punch? Let me test that right now. Okay, I can absolutely confirm that it is not the color of fruit punch. It is very much a much more mellow color. Anyway, I'm actually holding a cup of it right now, so can't really see it, but cheers. Delicious. Anyway, so the dorsal plates here, they look really nice. I like how rubbery and soft they feel. So that's at least an advantage, this figure. And for the last bit is going to be the tail, which is going to be entirely soft plastic with some pretty good detail work. But the paint definitely leaves a bit to be desired, being this like very earthy, like salmon type color. Because like I did give it a bit of slack when I did get the figure first, because I did say like, oh, well, it's not as bad as like people might make it out to be. I don't know. But this just, I guess I'm just used to seeing that Titan Godzilla. When I see this and then I look to this just looks so off. But at least the pose looks cool, and you do get the thagomisers at the end. Very basic detail. Anyways, for articulation, nothing at the head, but we do get an articulated jaw, so that looks nice. Close up that freaking pie hole. Num. There you go. Swivels for the shoulders, so you can go about a full 360. Close to, maybe, not. Let's not push it. I don't want to scrape anything up. Especially if, like, this is a soft plastic joint. Oh, there you go. Focus. Anyway, the same thing can happen with the other arm. Damn it. I keep bumping. Finger's so long with all things extended. This leg can go upwards about that far, backwards about that far. Can go 360 at the foot. Same thing can happen this leg and can go up about this far and down about this far. I don't know why I have accent, but I don't know. And of course for the ball joint here at the tail, which we can go a full 360 with. And go up, down, left, and right. So when it comes to the Godzilla Evolved, it's the same thing you've already seen. It's a alright figure. It's definitely cheapened out, meant for mass production, but I do like at least the overall look and presentation of it. I do like the translucent bits. It's just the peach, kind of like salmon color that I don't necessarily agree with. But aside from that, I think everything else about it is at least good. Not a great, like, oh, figure of the year material. It's just good. Next up, we have the three-headed devil of three faces. I was about to say 1,000 faces. 1,000 deaths. There we go. So there we go. King Ghidorah. This thing is kind of a unique piece in my collection. Now, hold the phone. When I say that, I mean that this is the first ever 6-inch scale King Ghidorah. Yeah, time and time again, I'd constantly try and find a Ghidorah figure. I once found the Bandai vinyl, couldn't get it. Jack specific figure, couldn't get it. I found the Bandai vinyl again, couldn't get it. Hiya Toys figure, couldn't get it. Monster Arts, good luck, go fly kite. But then eventually this guy popped up on Amazon, so I snagged it. Pretty good price. So, yeah, now I have a 6-inch Ghidorah figure. Nothing's stopping me now. Anyway, so for the mold here, this is obviously based on Godzilla King of the Monsters, the best MonsterVerse film. Fight me. That said, all the heads here pretty much share the exact same sculpt, except for the jaw here being a bit more open on the middle head here. Ichi, Ni, and San, or Kevin. I think it's Ichi is the middle head, Ni is the right head, and San is the left head, if I remember correctly. I remember. It's been a while since I saw anything related. Anyway, so yeah. The heads here are going to be a pretty much like a rubbery material. It's all rubber. Very soft plastic here. The heads here are going to be painted with a like an orange color here for the face. The teeth are going to be pretty decently sculpted and really nice paint job. I'm surprised they even bothered to paint the tongue in there. You'd think they wouldn't, but no, they did. So that's nice. Something I also do appreciate is like the horns at least have their coherent details and aren't like skipped out. Like they didn't put excess plastic in between them. They're actually like individually done, which is really cool given the price point. Also, something I do like is the fact that the necks have different poses. This middle head has the head like straight up, reared up like that. Knee has the head kind of like a bit more to the side, but a little bit more bent down. And then Kevin here has the head all the way to the side like that. Like he can really, almost like he's cheating on his homework. Kind of reminds me of that one Ghidorah meme. Wait, let me try and recreate it here. Yeah, not really. Anyway, yeah, I'd have to have a bit more of an expressive figure. But for the actual necks, they do look very well detailed with like the snake kind of like undersides and then the oversides, which have these spikes and the scales. Those are really nice. For the body, there's a bit of a color difference. This is a little bit more vibrant. This is a bit more of a duller color, but we do have a lot more of like the kind of like dirty yellow here. And it looks very nice. And then, of course, you got the battle damage, which we'll talk about in a later bit. But, of course, we also have, like, the little segmentation in there. Those look really nice. Of course, you also got the battle... Well, of course, you had the battle damage, but also the scales of which the legs here are very small in comparison to everyone else. But that's only just because it's been scaled down. Because I feel like if this guy were to be in scale with everyone else, he'd probably be about a giant size figure. Or the Giants. Come on, Playmates. Let's get to it, please. I'm asking, that's a polite. It's polite. Anyway, so yeah, we have the scaling here, which looks really cool. Little tiny spikes here. And of course the feet, which have like 3 toes there and a back bent toe as well. Those look really cool. And of course, the main star of the show are going to be the wings. Now, at first, I thought these wings were going to be able to hinge or going to be made up of soft plastic. Turns out neither is true. There's no hinge, which you do have to attach it separately, but there's going to be just spike, 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 spike. Like, this thing is actually kind of pointy. So parents maybe like sand this down in case you don't like sharp points on your fingers, because it's not like overly bloody sharp, but it's still kind of prickly, especially depending on where you tap it. So anyways, yes, you can see all the folds and the creases in the design here. Those are really nice. Back looks really nice with all the veins. Then you can see the copyright info on the side of the wing. I'm trying to remember. Oh, there, right here. So you can see the copyright info right here. 2022 Legendary and Warner Brothers Entertainment. Oh, there you go. And for the tails, the last bit of them, it's all going to be soft plastic here, so you do get a bit of a play with it. And of course, you get a lot of like the nice scaling and segmenting with the tails here where they align with the body, as you can see there. And the little clubs, those look really cool too. I'm actually really liking like just the overall aesthetic of Ghidorah here. So I feel like of the 5-pack, he's personally my favorite. But for the articulation here, all three of the heads feature like swivels here. They are supposed to be on ball joints, but realistically, the left down, up, and right movement is so minute. You really can just get a rotation. All three of the heads have the rotation, as you can see here. And all three of them can swivel and ball joint at the heads, or I guess the necks. So if you really want like a triple headbanger, what song are they listening to? You get to decide. Maybe they're listening to well, actually no, that one makes sense. I was about to say Blue Oyster Cult Godzilla, but why were they listening to their own rival's song? Anyway, so for the feet, we can go up about this far, down about this far, same thing like this. Nothing else with the legs, but we also do get ball joints here and here for the tails, can also rotate, and they can actually kind of interlock because of their rubberness. And before I end off the Ghidorah section, here is a look at the battle damage, which does come packaged separately. There's a lot of like assembly required. Given the design, that makes perfect sense. Come on, get unstuck. There you go. So, of course, this is going to be a little piece of flesh. And, of course, going to be the fleshy bit underneath, which is technically inaccurate because Ghidorah's blood is black, not red. And if you're going to say, oh, well, Matthew, what are you talking about? Yeah, go read the novel or, like, check back at that scene in the water. You'll see Ghidorah's blood is clearly black. So, I get it. Kids, come on, Playmates. It's just one color difference that would have made all of the difference. But effectively speaking, as I try to struggle and put this thing back on, that is Ghidorah. He's a very basicified Ghidorah figure, because at the end of the day, he's still probably the most complex of the bunch, at least in the set. So there you go. In my personal opinion, Ghidorah is my favorite, but that's going to be at least... We're going to discuss like which ones I like most and which ones I like least. Next one in line is going to be the Star King with Whip Slash. Yes, this is the newest villain out of the Monsterverse. Well, it's close to being an older villain now that we're getting Monarch Season 2 and a new spin-off series. I know, a spin-off of a spin-off. How ironic. Anyway, couldn't that just be a Season 3 of Monarch? It's set in the same story. Anyway, so yeah. This is going to be same figure as I've already looked at. I already just reviewed this thing on the advent calendar, so I'm not going to go too in-depth with this thing. But essentially, white face with red war paint for the front, from the top of the forehead to the bottoms of the cheek. We have different color tones for the teeth mixed in with the skin. Pretty good sculpted nostrils, with actually well painted eyes, which are going to be the red, so the ones are the blue, as it is in the movie. ears and the rest of the head are going to be painted white. And of course we have the hair within itself is going to be painted or colored a red. And that's kind of like that throughout the whole body, with the fur being mostly a red and the white being the skin. Because also, just take this guy's whip slash off, we have the white here and here, which are both sprayed on. And of course we have a little bit of more lineage of red, so maybe he hasn't lost all of his fur. We actually have more like the sculpt work of the fur here that goes all the way to the back, which I should probably mention, no white paint like necessarily exclusive to the back, which is kind of unfortunate. But just to give you guys a general idea of the detail here, this looks really cool, as you can see. But moving back to the front, we have more white here where his legs meet the hips. And for the arms, more white here on the underside with more of the fur detail here. The skin here for the front, or I guess this side of the forearm, with some like red war paint that kind of goes all the way around. A little iffly painted, if I do say so myself. Kind of looks a little cheap. I know, $10 toy, but come on. More fur detail here, and we do have some very nice, nicely sculpted hands, which actually do have like some decent folds in the skin. Like this actually looks kind of cool. Of course, this fist is like clenching just because it's not meant to hold the accessory. Did I say accessory? You already know what it is. Anyways, yeah, we got the pecs here. And of course, we got the legs, which don't really have a whole lot of white paint in them. Really nothing, especially on these parts, which are all going to be fuzzy all the way until you get down here, which are all going to be the toes. And yeah, that's just going to be primarily the white. Nothing underneath aside from like the copyright info. As you can see right there. Trademark and copyright legendary. Interesting note, I guess it makes sense because Toho isn't the one who made this guy. But for articulation, we have a head swivel. 360. Swivels here for the shoulders. I love it. There you go. And hinge up and down. Swivels, hinges for the elbows. Go like that. And swivels for the wrists. The ab crunch actually has a squeaky ball joint, so you can go 360 like that and side to side. Although I keep not pointing this out, but I'm going to keep pointing it out for every time I look at this thing. You'll see that it actually has some like indents in the socket, so it can help better go side to side. There we go. Swivel hinges for the knees or legs, so you can go up and down, side to side. And of course, the hinge goes at the leg. No swivel hinge. So that's about it for the Scar King itself. But what about its whip slash, which is just going to be the spine of a war bat. And essentially you attach it like this. Well, there's actually two ways. Let's go over method number one. If you want him to attack with it, you'll attach it right in here. And he'll be able to attach it, well, like this. But if you want it on the other way around, you can get it like this and wear it like a sash. Move Scar King's head out of the way a little bit, and then you can hear a click. Adjust it accordingly, and then boom, he is wearing it. So that's about it for Scar King. Personally, a pretty nice rounded figure. Not totally one of my favorites, but he could have gone way worse, so who knows. Next one is also another figure that we've already taken a look at. Well, I guess all of them are, but previously. The Kong with Beast Club, which was our first exposure 6-inch scale-wise to the 2024 design. So for the face here, it's going to be actually an upgrade from its 2020 predecessor. Yes, 2020. The figures were released in 2020, not 2021. Look it up. Anyway, for the face, the eyes have seen better days. They are spread out far apart and are pretty basically painted, so that is a bit of an issue. But of course, we have the nostrils and the teeth, which are very well sculpted. Painted, they're take it or leave it. They're simplified. They know what they're trying to do. Although I think I have a bit more gum shown than I should be. Like maybe if that was pushed down a little bit. Ow. Kind of hurt. Anyways, for the actual face paint, it's going to be like a gray on top of a brown, which is like the perfect color combo that Playmates could have chosen for this thing. Although funny enough, if you actually move the head up like this, you'll see. Well, I just gave you nightmare feels, didn't I? Anyway, so for the actual detail work here, we have all the little ragged fur all across the body, which is obviously like shaping up to be very, very, very cool. Actually, it's on par with a lot of like higher end figures these days, I'd even say. Of course, we actually have these additional like scars, which are actually like really well done. And of course, we have the scars themselves, which are classic painted on almost like a beige color. And of course, we have the abs. How many times have I said, of course? We have the abs here, which are very well sculpted and very well painted. And the aforementioned beast glove, which we have the beast glove here that's painted a yellow. And of course, some like silver gears on this side. Some additional labeling, which apparently is not in the film. I didn't really notice because like the beast glove is just something that's meant to sell more toys like this. So I guess color me surprised. Not really. I don't know how the saying goes. Anyways, yes, it's entirely that construction yellow with some additional details like the strappage and the extra details in here that are not painted, unfortunately. But the palm itself is surprisingly painted with a little bit of a strap here that's in the same color as the hand, so it looks so weird. This hand itself looks pretty much basic, and I do like the way it looks, so that looks nice. And of course, the legs down here have a bit more additional scarring here. Those look additionally fine. And here for the feet, there you have a little sculpted parts here. The individual sculpted, sorry, I just drank another thing of fruit juice, okay? The little toenails are actually kind of visible a little bit, but they are painted the gray. And just to show you one last look at the back, monkey booty. So for the articulation, head can go on a 360 swivel. Swivel for the shoulders, as well as a hinge as well. Swivel hinges for the elbows. And a swivel for the wrist, at least on this hand. For this arm, you can still get the same thing. Swivel hinge for the shoulder. A mild swivel hinge for the elbow, which you can get a mild swivel and a hinge. Nothing at the wrist. Even if there was a swivel here, everything is locked in by the beast glove, so good luck trying to move anything. I know there's a seam line here, but there's no movement. You can go up, down, and to the sides. A hinge here for the knee, and that's about it. There's really nothing else worth mentioning, but he does come with a heave, which is the updated heave from the new Empire. I said this tons of times. This is how many times we've gotten the heave, and they still haven't done any funky repaints. Like, come on, Playmates. These things change color in the movie. They wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't for you guys. Guaranteed. But also, Kong can kind of carry it. I prefer to carry it by, like, the biggest prong here. And it actually holds it in pretty tight. Even though Kong never held one in the movie, he still was constantly followed by them. So, like, hey, why don't you stop following me? I'm constantly being stalked by you damn humans. I don't care about G anymore. Or something like that. I don't know. That's probably the plot of Godzilla Kong 3. Assuming that we actually get Gia back by I think her name's Kaylee Hoddle? I think so. Anyway, that is going to be the Kong with Beast Club and of course the heave. And for the last figure, we've saved the weirdest one of the bunch, Mechagodzilla. So why is he the one that is kind of like the weirdest one? Well, let's go back to the original release here. The original release was essentially this figure as is. but it also came with a green heave. That I actually do have. I forgot to pull it out. Essentially, it's this heave. This came with the original release Mechagodzilla, which is this, and essentially came with just like this chrome screen here, which is just literally the cockpit window, and everything else was just the same green rubber molded into the design of the movie. What Playmates did was they took out that heave and they gave him the proton scream of the Battle Mechagodzilla, which is also the ones that's on store shelves right now. So, what? It kind of confuses me because now we have two different Mechagodzillas with what are supposed to be two different accessories now having the same accessory. But whatever. To pretty much summarize, this is going to feature some actually pretty nice sculpted details. The head is going to be made of a soft plastic with the red painted eyes and the chrome painted gears, which are supposed to be like those big gears you see on YouTube shorts all the time. And of course you see them on the top as well as the peg hole and a very big hinge. Neck segments which look like Godzilla's gills. Here for the front, you actually get the only instance of red used beyond the eyes in the back, which is not even painted, by the way. It's just pure rubber. But for the chest here, we actually have a lot more like the panel lining and a lot of like different variations of detail, which looks kind of cool. Yes, I'm going to get to the battle damage right here, which this whole front segment comes off and you get this whole kind of like gunmetal looking pieces, which actually do look pretty cool because Kong did strike this place with the axe, which is honestly really exciting. So beyond that, we actually have the shoulders, which are going to be in the classic squared off. I say classic as in if that's a good thing. Kind of like squared off segmenting. So these actually look kind of cool with the different details and of course the claw arms. Those look really nice. And we have for the sides of the body, more kind of like machinery here. And the little segmentation pieces that would open up to reveal Mechagodzilla's jet thrusters. The hip pieces, which are also pretty nicely detailed. The dorsal plates here, which are all kind of like gummy plastic, pieces of rectangles. Here for the legs, we have a lot more of the same panel lining, detail work, which looks pretty alright. Not too much going on there. Of course, we have the wheels and the feet, which are individually sculpted. Just to give you guys a general idea. The literal cockpit. And of course, we have the tail, which actually is very rubbery, so you do get a little bit of play with it. We're primarily going to be featuring the same copy and paste segment over and over and over again until it gets too small to register any more details. And of course, you'll get the little tail sight right there. That looks awesome. But for the articulation, jaw moves on a hinge. You actually go really far out like that. Close back in. The actual shoulders here can go about up that far, down about that far, can go pretty much like technically a full 360 depending on where you move it. The hips, they can go out, in, swivel all the way around. Nice. Hinge for the hips. Ball joint, sorry, not ball joints. The swivels for the hips and a ball joint here for the tail. And as for the beam effect, it is the same beam effect sculpt we've been getting since 2020. That has just basically looks all in red, looks like a Twizzler. Looks pretty cool with all the flame-like details. And actually has like the little cup where you can actually insert Kong's battle axe into it. Or whatever you can find out enough to fit this hole. Not that way, you perverts, but still. Anyways, to attach it, you literally just find the peg like that. Put it on, and boom, there you go. Mechagodzilla has the proton scream in his mouth. So, usually this would be the part where I go over size comparisons and things like that, but I don't think I really need to. You already know how big these figures are. If you don't, they're average scale 6-inch size, and you're getting 5 of them for the price of 1. That said, Do I recommend the set because I pretty much already own it? Honestly, it depends. If you don't own any of the figures you have or that are shown and you want just an easy way to get into the Monsterverse, I guess toy brand, if you will, with Playmates, this is a really good way to go. You get pretty much the main, 2 hero titans and 3 bad guys for them to face off against. You get Godzilla Evolved, Kong with Beast Club, and then King Ghidorah, Scar King, and Mechagodzilla. If you already own these figures, no, you don't. I mean, I don't think anyone really is watching them, but still. That said, if you want a more higher quality product, go with the Hiya Toys or the Monster. Actually, no, just go with the Hiya Toys. Because they're actually putting out a Scar King, I think, next year, if I remember correctly. Next year, 2 years, who knows. Hiya Toys really has a weird business model. But anyways, if I had to personally rate these out of like which ones I enjoy the most, which ones I don't like, I do like them all. But if I had to rate them, I would say King Ghidorah at first, Kong at second. This is actually an interesting one. Scar King at third, Godzilla at fourth, Mechagodzilla at fifth. But that said, I still like all of them for various different reasons. And hopefully you enjoyed this video. If you did, leave a like and subscribe, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace out, everyone.